Okay. Oh, I muted it. I apologize. There we go. I usually mute everything when I'm doing the lunch break for obvious reasons. So I need to share something horrible about this game. I know, shocking. But I'm not going to do it yet. I'm going to do it when a few more people have streamed in. Hi, Kay. Hello, Von Balkenstein. I don't believe you, Kay. I think you're lying to me. I don't know why you'd lie to me, but I don't blame you. A soothing, disembodied voice floats through the air. Who summoneth me? Who call upon Rubus, spirit of the land? Yeah, she's actually called Rubus in only a couple of the games. Like, I think 3 or so. Ah, you are of the bloodline of Erdrick. I sense his presence within you. It is time at long last to fulfill the promise I made to your dear ancestors so long ago. I do hereby bestow upon you a gift that shall give to you the power of true sight when you need it most. When illusions do assail you on all sides, trust to that which I have given you this day. Then shall your eyes discern truth from falsity, being from seeing. Now go forth, scions of Erdrick, with my blessing. Wheresoever you wander, know that I do watch over you always. Rubus is mentioned in a couple of them. I don't remember which one, so don't ask me. I know Rubus is actually mentioned by name in Dragon Quest Builders 2, which doesn't count because it's the same setting. And 11, which doesn't count. But I feel like there's one other one where Rubus is actually mentioned by name. The only one I know for certain it's not is 7. For obvious reasons. Just take the ship with us. Like you do. Yeah, usually they're really vague about the deity, the positive deity of the setting, which is funny. We always talk about how gods are always evil in JRPGs. The Dragon Quest games are consistently exceptions to that rule. Whether it's the Almighty, or the Goddess, or Rubus, they're pretty much universally a force for good. I always find vaguely amusing. Hi, Zobe. So it's time to hit the endgame, and give all the negatives to gameplay. Except, I can't do that when Savicom's not here, there's no purpose. Oh my god, I'm like standing on her dress. Do you see that? Oh, lunch was just leftovers. Nothing fancy. Excuse me. You could have given me some warning, game. Jesus. Okay, let's just... I want to walk in here with literally absolutely max everything. So, I'm actually going to literally go back to the previous town to heal before I go through this, because, well, you'll see. This is... I'm hopeful this won't be nearly as bad as I'm worried. Hey, Team Attack! It is good to see. I think this is the first time you've popped in during our Dragon Warrior run so far. Don't worry, we're playing 3 probably tomorrow. There's a pretty good chance we'll beat 2 today. And the only reason I say that that's, you know, not guaranteed is because, well, we're about to hit what might be a grind wall. And we'll see how bad that is. After the next dungeon, there'll be a grind wall. In the original version. Okay. Take 2. Oh my god, this controller. So let's go ahead and cast Safe Passage. Dial up See if we can save some money on Geico. Immediately cast Safe Passage again. West of here there windeth a path that doth lead to the accursed land of Renderak. But be fairly warned, child, 'tis no place for the faint of heart. Gird thy loins. Yeah, it's the final dungeon. I get it. Thanks. I believe I believe it's the original Llanowin. In the original, so the original, the NES version, you did have a spell that was called Evac and a spell that was called Zoom, just like you do in this version. They weren't called that. I forgot they were called. But Evac was required to get out. And Zoom was required to transport, right? So you couldn't zoom indoors. Now, there were a couple of exceptions to that. It was mostly just anything that was qualified as a dungeon versus anything that was qualified as a town. Hello? I couldn't remember the names of the spells, Shiali. I'm sorry. I remember hurt and heal. Because I suppose, of course, I do. There it is. Yep, I knew it was there somewhere. Hey, internal system error. Hang on. Cast Safe Passage for a third time. Actually, fourth, but, you know. Where adventurest thou, children of heroes? So at last you are ready to approach foul Hargon's dwelling place. Make haste unto the marshes beyond this place, and there hold thee aloft the idol. Then shall thy path become plain. Fair, Shiali. Because, yeah, it was 14 total mana, and that's the amount you never went below. All rests upon your shoulders now, scions of Erdrick. By your united strength may evil be driven from the land at last. And canonically it is. We do actually, manage it. I'm not counting Dragon Quest Builders 2, which we'll spoil later. So, story time. This would guaranteed be a negative to gameplay if this was the NES version. Why? Remember how we just went and got the Rubus thing? Well, so you don't need to get it for some time. In fact, you can get to the last dungeon, technically, before you actually need that item. But in the NES version, the 5th sigil was in this dungeon. Which means that this Nightmare Hellscape dungeon was something you had to do a minimum of 2 times, and if you didn't save the money for mana for evac, 3 times to get in, out, and then through again. And this dungeon can already go to hell. It just... Yeah, this part of the game... Yeah, then you get to Hargon's Castle, which is worse, by the way, but we'll talk about that when we get there. This is awful. And for one last time, I'm going to compare this to Final Fantasy 12, because, or, excuse me, 2. Final Fantasy 2, sorry. Because this is the Jade Passage, and the upcoming dungeon is Pandemonium. Now, you might be thinking, well, what's the comparison? If you've never analyzed FF2, Pandemonium is mean, but reasonably fair in its design. Jade Passage is bullcrap, and is the one that people tend to remember as being the hard part, and the irritating part. And in both... Now, to say one way in which this game is definitively better than FF2 is the fact that there's actually a save after the Cave of Rhone. Or the Cave to Rhone. That is the big variance right there. Because if you remember, in FF2, when you go to get through the Jade Passage and the Pandemonium, you're stuck there. You're committed. There is one other way in which this part of the game and FF2 are similar, actually. And that's the fact that this is when they start introducing enemies, at least in the NES version, I don't know if this is true in the Switch version, that have a chance to kill you. Just, you're dead. There's actually 2 of these. There's some people who have the self-destruct spell. I forget what it's called. I think it was Sacrifice back in the day. Where it's just, die. And the other one is it has the ability to cast Death, which will randomly just kill you. Now, Shihali says FF2 does not have gold baboons. Actually, it does. That's the exact point I'm making. The enemies in the Jade Passage have a chance to just kill you. They don't in Pandemonium, at least. I forget which ones. I think it's the Marlborough equivalents. Anyways, with your permission, I'm going to use a map, or I'm going to try to use a map. It's kind of hard to, given this frickin' place. Means I'm going to have to cover up some of my screen a little bit here to be able to see the map, because this place is this place. I'm not even sure the exact route through here. I know I need to get to S, and I need to fall down. I would like to get the Thunder Sword, but I don't really need it. Let's see, so hang on, so we're here. And we want to be there, I think? And use that to get to there. Oh my god, this frickin' place. That being said, I would probably say that the end game of Dragon Quest II on the NES is worse than the end game of FF2 on the NES, having done both on the NES myself. Because FF2 on the NES is just, what were you thinking? In this case, and I've already made this point several times, this is actually unfinished, untested content, and it shows. At least on the NES version. So that leads there. And that leads there. That can't... I have to be reading this map wrong. It has to be that option? Yep, okay. Okay, cool. So, for those of you in chat, let's just play a little game here. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... Hang on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There are 7 staircases in the room we're in right now. 1 through 7. Which one do you go down? I'll put the controller down for a second. I want to give you a little bit of a feeling what this place is like. Okay, 3. You go down the 3rd thing, and you see 3 other staircases you can go through. Okay, so we're going to go up 2. Alright, you're back in this room. You have 7 staircases you can go down. Leftmost? Okay. You are back at the other room. Three again, and then 1, which leads you back to this room. To be clear, of this, I'll just tell you this. Of the 7 options, only 1 of them leads anywhere. And to explain what I mean by that, you know how usually in dungeons there's like a side path that leads to some treasure or like an optional item or whatever? No. The first 6 options all lead to nothing at all. Just, and it's not even like it's another room and, oh, hey, there you are. No, you could go down to another room, or you could go down to a 3rd room, which is rather large, several screens worth of space, which has nothing in it. Unless you go down the correct staircase, which is the one that Harriet went down. Obviously. Thank you, Harriet, for watching my show. Sorry for cutting that off. It's just this frickin' place. Okay. So let's see. So I need to go through. Oh my gosh. Hang on. kind of hard to read. So, 1 second. Where the hell? It's not even on the frickin' map. Oh well. Doesn't matter, I suppose. So we want to go through this one. Yep. Oh yeah. Oh, sorry. I forgot. I actually forgot because I was so focused on where to go. So there's pits. You know how I said that very, very, very few games have troll rooms? This isn't quite a troll room. Not technically, but it's really close to a troll room. The pits you fall into, because there's several of them, and they have a much higher encounter rate than normal. And, they're filled with poison. Well, I mean, that's not surprising, Zactef. Don't spoil, of course. Okay, yes, I know where I am. I know where I am. I know where I am. Oh yeah, by the way, the dungeon looks like this. Oh yeah, there's also really hard enemies in here, just while we're on the subject. Yes, I did, Hariant. No, I decided not to put it to Outer Worlds just because you're so awesome. You overwhelmed the awesome meter. Hariant! What are you thinking? So notice they're casting AoE spells. Now, in case you're missing that, they are all casting mass AoE spells. Hi, Sonic Doctor. Oh, and for reference... Wrong way. To be clear, I keep comparing this game to FF2. Troll rooms are worse than this. Not that they're, like, more... Troll rooms are a dick move, right? Like, I don't know how better to put that. In addition to that, troll rooms are also lazy design. Like, not just bad design, but actively lazy design. I'm going to go with the thing that Pro Jared said on this, and I myself have said. Troll rooms are a GM who thinks he's clever, but isn't. Now, the good thing is we can, as I mentioned, there's a recovery spot after this dungeon. Thank God. So, we don't have to completely conserve all our mana and resources going through here. Possible, Hariant. But troll rooms are terrible. And I really don't have anything good to say about them. Okay, so now we're here. This is where I wanted to be. There's several ways I could go in this place. Oh my gosh. But I am progressing in the direction I wanted to be. I think. Okay. Okay, so... Hang on. Okay, so I want to get to Q, which means I need to get to M, which means I need to go there. Okay. I don't even remember where the Thunder Sword is, and honestly, I may just skip it. If you know where you're going, this place is relatively short. We might just kind of zzz through this. How do you make up a story? I have no idea how to answer that question. How much prep goes into GMing? Okay, that's a much easier question. Whew, I can answer that one. How do you write? So I put a fairly large amount of prep work. In the case of yesterday's Enterprise, I spent most of my Tuesday afternoon while I was working on clearing out vines, and almost the entirety of the drive Tuesday, which is about 2 hours, working on the specifics of the encounter, and the boss, and the layouts, and several other elements thereof. So I put a decent amount. Let me answer this in a different way, Sonic Doctor. Some GMs lean on improv, and some GMs lean on prep. But I've been GMing for the better part of 30 years now, as of this year, actually. And in my experience, you really do want to have an equal amount of both. You want to have infrastructure there so you know how things are going to react to the unusual and unexpected. You know, if you know a character, you know how a character reacts, right? So you figure out the infrastructure, you figure out the politics, the nature of how magic works, the nature of the economy, and the nature of the people. That's all prep work. And then when the players do something, you react to it, and that's the improv. Stuff like that, right? Yeah, exactly, S.A. Ross. There's a fair amount of front-loading, don't mistake me, but also a decent amount of back-loading. And that's my GMing approach. I think it's more or less required when it comes to this kind of interactive storytelling. You know, if this was just a story I was telling in my own right, I'd probably go for full-on front-loaded. But since there's another person writing with me, I backload around them and front-load for them. Please stop mid-healing. You notice the enemies in here suck. Honestly, I could level in here a bit, but this would be a terrible place to level, because the nearest recovery spot is quite a ways from here, so effectively, as soon as my mana pool runs out, this is over. So I need to spend as little time here as I possibly can. Well, it depends, Sonic Doctor. I have been known to bend on things like the Foundation, if I feel it's a good effect. Really, the core of every story I tell, whether interactive or otherwise, boils down to, is it good? That's the actual... that's the foundation, right? That's the bedrock. So if I feel like I need to change something around because I accidentally fell down a pit... Damn it. Yep, okay. Then there we are. I actually forgot that this room... So speaking... This isn't quite a troll room, but... you can already see the format this section of the dungeon's going to take. Yep. We're going to be here a minute. Yeah, session zeros help a lot. It helps them, even if it doesn't help you. Whoops. I really don't like this D-pad. But the other controllers are charging right now, so that's whatever. How can you see the holes coming? Well, you either have a map, or, yeah, it's trial and error. You'll notice the holes stay after you fall, so you mark them by falling into them. Yeah, I know. It's not the best, but it's what it is. So I glanced ahead. Now, in the NES version, I should be about level 30 for the end area. I'm level 26. I don't know how bad that's going to be in this version. I suppose we'll find out. Ow! Shihali. Have you heard me say the kobolds and the fortress story before, Shihali? Oh my. Yeah, I've already given a negative for encounter rate. Yeah, it's pretty bad. There's 27. We're doing all right. And heal up after that in the face we just took. So, to bore you a little bit, once upon a time I was playing under another GM. Now I'm going to kind of frame this the way we had it. So, okay, you're in town. Now, you go around talking to the NPCs, and most of them discuss the local castle, which has been overrun and taken over by kobolds. By the way, these are the only dragons in the game. Enjoy them. These kobolds have pushed out the king, and thus that's one of the reasons why... God, Swerby! Jesus! No, this was before I'd even met Third. Hang on a second. Die. Or die. Die! Die! I want you to die! I want you to die so badly! Okay, it worked. When did I save last? I'm about to find out, I think. Yep, okay. I am not going all the way back here. That is insanity. So let's see when I saved last. Because I haven't been keeping track. Okay, that's not too bad. That's not too bad. Thankfully, my automatic save habits. Oh my god. Hey, Savicom. You missed me talking about how terrible this game was on the NES, but, you know. Alright, so anyways... I'm just run. So we're in town, and the reason all of the villagers and guards and people are living in the town at the moment and are operating in the town is specifically because of the fact that they've been displaced from their castle. So, kobolds everywhere! Holy crap. Alright, so we're like, alright, well, we need to figure out how we're going to infiltrate, so we head over to the castle. And the GM's like, okay, so the castle is just absolutely swarming with kobolds. Like, you can see dozens of them on the top catapults, and there's several in the front gates, and I'm like, okay. So we sit down, and we figure out the exact and specific method by which to infiltrate the castle, to strategically use the terrain, to be able to take on basically like 30 kobolds at a time. So the GM is like, okay... And we roll out every single one of these encounters. We fight something along the lines of almost 100 kobolds. That's not an exaggeration. As we're making our way through this castle. And we get to the very end, and there's like there's a kobold hull, which is how they tug up into the castle. And we're trying to deal with that, and we fail at it. Like, the specifics is they retreated to the kobold tunnel. And we tried to shut it down and couldn't, so we tried to throw some flame in there to deal with them, and they just laughed at us. And the whole time they're mocking us for doing this. So, I'm really good at tactics, okay, Sonic, what do you want from me? So, we finally, after hours, and this is hours of, let's be honest, very boring D&D, are like, alright, let's head back to town. And we go back to town to rest up and recoup. And the GM breaks character from it because it's the end of the session. And he's just like, why did you go to the goddamn castle? What? It turns out the castle was it was just part of the background lore. He hadn't designed anything for the castle. So in his mind, he was like, okay, I need to discourage my players from going to the castle. So what he came up with to discourage us was 100 kobolds. That was intended to be a roadblock, guiding us in a different direction. God damn it, Swerby! I'm not even accept that. And that led to an argument. I'm going to be honest. That got a little heated because none of the players were happy about that, and he wasn't happy about that, and no one was having a good time that day. It was not fun. Now, later on, we were able to talk about it with, you know, a degree of, haha, you remember when. But, man. And that person has never GM'd since. I'm still friends with them, but that person has literally never GM'd since then. And anytime that topic comes up, their reaction is to point to that story as a reminder of why they don't feel particularly fond of the idea of GMing. A legit horrible GM? I mean, he was a pretty bad GM, but I don't think I have any stories of a truly terrible GM, personally. Mostly I have players that are terrible under me. I don't know if you're noticing how I'm barely surviving each fight. This is what we call the orange line right here. And I don't know, Savacom, in answer to your comment. Yeah, Kay's just the worst GM ever. Just the worst. I can't even imagine playing under him. It's just non-stop nightmare and terror. The orange line is bad, no. We want to be on the yellow line. And yeah, actually, it's funny you say that, S.A. Ross, because as soon as we leave this dungeon, we will be in the red line. Worst player story? Oh, geez, I don't know. I'd have to think about that. I want to remind you, we've been trying to get through this one room for quite some time now. No, there isn't, Sonic Doctor. Not really. Yeah, let's go and go for it. I mean, the worst player stories I could come up with would all involve relationships. Which I'm probably not going to share on camera anyways. Okay. I mean, we still got chopped down to half health, but, you know, we lived. Yeah, fun thing that I learned pretty early on. D&D is, tabletop in general is pretty rife with relationship drama. Go figure. It makes sense in hindsight. It's a bunch of like-minded people who share interests, who, you know, are interacting with each other socially in a structured environment. So, yeah, it makes perfect sense. I'm gonna reset that. It makes perfect sense that they would, you know, end up hooking up, right? And the older you get, the more that leans to casual hooking up. No judgment. Oh my god! But yeah, real-life drama is what tends to ruin D&D as it makes for the worst players. There we go. Okay, God, save. Okay, where am I? Now that I made it to here. Right. We're actually not done with the maze, but we're in the final floor. Oh yeah, this dungeon, honestly, would anyone like to argue that this dungeon is not a negative? And I mean that with sincerity. If anybody would like to disagree on this point, please speak up. Please note that I am not showing you the full nature of how nightmarish this dungeon is, because I have a freaking map. I've done this dungeon without a map before. I'm not doing that again. I'm sorry. I've shown you the map. It's this place. Oh. Savikam's dead. That's really bad. That's a good question, Team Zack Attack, but I haven't finished reviewing Dragon Quest II yet, so I don't know. Okay, so that really sucks. I may end up reloading that, so I'm going to make a point of not saving from now on. At this point, we are now beelining for the door. We might start running from encounters, too. So I want to go here. Nope, I went the wrong way. Damn. Okay, hang on. Okay, so up and then left. And then up and then right. Yeah, this is the Zelda thing, where it loops you back. At least an hour, bare minimum, Sonic Doctor. Keep in mind, I'm also getting my ass handed to me regularly. Okay, so then we need to go up. And this is not the last dungeon. It's kind of the last dungeon. It's just... not actually. Okay, so we want to go... So my map is wrong. This formation right here does not exist on my map. So I have to guess now, actually guess. So I think... okay, that was a good guess. Okay, I know where we are now. Okay. Each one of these little arcs we go, if we go the wrong way, we go back to the beginning of this section of this floor. So speaking... you know how the last floor... this is... let's talk about objective gameplay design for a second. This whole dungeon is designed to waste your time. Because there's a lot of trial and error with no real way of telling where the right way is to go. In the previous, you already saw that with the falling into the holes. Here it's go, pick the right path or go back to start. And that happens every single time there's one of these little transitions, like this. If we go the wrong path, we go back to the start of this floor. Every single time. Pick the right path. Every one of these is one of those. I just want you cognizant of what this place is. Yeah, I'm not even going for the Thunder Sword at this point. I have a definite dead person. This is just a badly designed dungeon. This is not difficulty, this is boring. This is padding in the strictest and most blatant sense of the word. So, welcome to hell. This... now I've got to survive another trip. Oh, man. Okay, so I need to get to there, looks like. Oh, I might not survive that trip. Let's try it. I'm gonna go ahead and save. Much as I hate to. I love the music for this frickin' place. Okay, so that's not terrible. That's one of the best mobs we can encounter right now. All they do is hit like a truck and kill you in a couple hits. That's okay too. That's pretty good. That just has, you know, lots of AoE damage and will kill you in a hit. By the way, this is when the enemies start to officially regularly have multi-strike ability. I believe 3 of the upcoming bosses all have multiple attacks per round, too. The first, the third, and the fifth. If memory serves. So So yeah, this is going to be a little bit of a corpse drag. We've done this a couple times in this game already. Okay, that's not terrible. See, he only hits for about 20 a hit. That's nothing compared to some of the stuff in this place. I'm a little surprised we haven't encountered the worst enemy in here yet. Knock on wood. Okay. Yeah, no kidding, Shihali. That's just almost there. Almost there. It's right up there. So we're gonna get one more encounter before we get there. Or we made it. We made it. Okay. Okay. Please. Heal me. 2 full. It's a full heal, full res, and a save point. There we go. You can also... There's also an exit portal, because back in the day Zoom didn't really work, right? So this is how you get out of this area if you want to. Okay. So we made it. Now... I'm probably just going to go ahead and give the negative, to be honest. I haven't decided yet. We can try not to. Let's give the negative for the dungeon first. What do they call it in this? It's Randarak or something like that. I forget what they call it. Rendarak. That was close. So yeah, negative to the road to Rendarak. AKA the road to Rome. Screw that place. So you're probably thinking, what's the other negative that I'm debating? Grind wall. If you're paying attention, we actually haven't run into a grind wall this whole game. Which is a little impressive in its own right. But I'm pretty sure we just did. So, let's see how we do. We just saved. But like I said, we're probably supposed to be in the 30s, and we're not. Now, it is worth noting that, you know, this is a grind wall. There is a full heal, full res save spot right here. And Savicom is dead from our very first encounter. Yeah, I distinctly remember having to stop and level several times. Yeah, that is not the worst thing we can encounter here. It's one of the 3 worst things we can encounter here, I'd say. Probably the 3rd. There's worse. Let's go ahead and restore. Yeah. Now, there is a lot of XP here. This is the only reason I'm debating not giving a negative for this, is because it's like they tried to mitigate the grind a little bit. So that... yes, I did, Mr. Red. A little bit too, gross for me, but, you know, if you want to share it during the run, I'm not going to stop you. Ah, you just don't have anything, do you? Forgetting how worthless you are in combat. Yeah, I'm kind of debating Harian, because they do give you the full heal spot right here. And the XP here is, like, a lot. But yeah, Shihali is quite correct. We are effectively in the red line right now. We need, like, close to 5-ish levels to really be down to the yellow line from where we're at right now. And 5 levels in a Dragon Quest game is a lot. Like, we might be here at least an hour. That's why this is probably a negative. Stopping and to play the game for like an hour to grind. That's pretty much the definition of a grind wall. Suppose I should time it. We got here about 8 minutes ago, so... keep track via that. Oh, you kidding me? Should I mention that in every single encounter, there's a chance we'll die? And of course, as per usual, people who are dead don't get experience. Back in. Reheal. The only irritating thing is you technically have to save each time. That's whatever. We might be able to manage that. Maybe. In case you missed that, he just hit us for about 1/3 of our health in an AoE attack. Just to give you an idea of what I'm talking about here. Because I know you're probably not reading the damage numbers as they're going through. Like, I'm actually paying attention. It's probably not obvious. Because I'm dancing on the razor's edge here, you know? At the very least, I want everyone to live through every fight. Savacom, what did I just say? Oh yeah, this is when we start seeing Kaboom as a spell. Which I think she gets eventually. Look, I'm trying to keep you alive. I gave you the nice dress with the optional quest to get it. You have the best gear that I have available to give you. I have the best gear. We're basically geared out. There is, to my knowledge, no gear after this, unless I go back to the road and get the sword. To my knowledge, that's it. We are geared up. I'd rather you not, Kay, but I just hate those jokes in general. And yes, they have an AoE poison on top of everything else. just get those double strikes in, like you do. Oh, that's fair, She-Holly. It's not going to, but that is valid. So that's 2 pieces of equipment that I could get that I don't have. The sword back in the Hell Cave, and the Sword of Destruction, aka Malroth's sword. Oh, we're dead. Flee? Oh yeah, there's the spell that randomly just kills you, if you missed that. Well, at this point I'm just gonna hit yes, because losing the gold is whatever. Biggest difficulty spike in a JRPG? Honestly, you're kind of looking at it. That or the endgame of FF2 on the NES. Or... It's some NES RPG. It's going to be an older RPG, back when they weren't as well designed. I could also say the final dungeon, Mount Etoy, of Earthbound. That is to say, Earthbound 0, Mother 1. We got, he didn't cast a sacrifice, he cast the insta-kill spell. Memory manipulation, Sonic Doctor. And luck. Yeah, I'm just gonna run. So that was an encounter we didn't get anything from, because we just couldn't handle it. also a little irritating every time you have to heal, but yeah, it's a small price to pay for a free super mega heal, but... I'm curious of something. Oh yeah, 7th Saga is up there too. I always try to push that one out of my mind. Oh no, it's just that punishing to be here, Venters. You are very much intended to level here. That's why there's the super mega heal with a save point right here. You are supposed to grind right here. Honestly, this actually feels like... Because I mentioned how this game was rushed and how they didn't have time to test this. It feels like they were like, here, code in this dude in the final area. Just drop him there. The players can figure it out. Okay, now we can ship it. And honestly, that's what this feels like to me. That's a good question, Savicom. Probably a little bit of a... It's exactly like real life. No, a little bit of a challenge, you know? The challenge of the faith kind of thing. Like, hey, yeah, we're tired of being here. Please, fix this. Thank you. Maintaining this spot has not been fun. Okay. You know, it's really sad that there's only, like, 2 or 3 enemy formations I feel comfortable attacking right now. That's just where we're at. That's just life now. Anyway, so this is probably another gameplay negative. Not only is this a grind wall, but this is just... bullcrap, this whole area. And... I could talk about why I feel that is, but let me get into objective reviewing for a second. There are 2 separate enemies in this area that have the ability to instantly kill you. And there is nothing you can do about it. That there is nothing that can combat that. It's just, oh no, you're dead. Because they decided to roll a dice, and it was landed on a 6 and then a 3. And now you're dead. Congratulations. Yeah, by the way, my main character, who is getting hit as hard as anyone else, is level 30. Yeah, the self-destruct guy, which I don't think we've seen yet. We have seen them... So the spell is called Thwack. Thwack is the instant death chance spell, and I've actually already been killed by it in this particular playthrough. You might have missed that. It was a couple attacks ago, but I've already been thwacked. That's what they should have called Thanos' thing. The Thwack. Oop, that was a bad one. There we go. Yeah, the name of the spell that instantly kills you is Thwack. Yes, the yellow bad baboons, I think, is the specific enemy that has the sacrifice spell. Yeah, but I mean, okay, that's valid, Savicom. I am getting punched in the face, but periodically I may have the ability to dodge the person punching me in the face. Yeah, sacrifice... It's a spell that I always feel was supposed to be for you. I don't even remember if the players learn it. But sacrifice kills everything on the opposing side that is not a boss. And, as Shihali points out, you are not a boss. I don't think I have a specific favorite kind. But I suppose if I had to pick a favorite kind of ice cream, it would be cake batter ice cream. Preferably with white chocolate chips. Brand? There's brands to ice cream? Cold Stone, I guess. Because they're the only ones who, you know, I get ice cream from. There you go. That's true. It does look very ridiculous, Savicum. I cannot argue with your logic. Hey, we hit level 30 again. Back in. Actually, for a while there was a Super Mario Brothers cake thing that they sold at Coldstone, which was really, really good, and they probably don't have it anymore, unfortunately. But it was really good, and I got it like 3 or 4 times, and I would totally get it again if they had it. The good news is we're getting to the point where people are starting to live through an encounter. I've only been doing this for about, it looks like 11 minutes now. No, I'm wrong. 19 minutes, sorry. Is it really? God, it's already been 19 minutes. I don't feel like I've made that much progress. Brewster's? Is that right next to a Target by chance, Caspian? They do, Sonic Doctor, and which is something I should probably go ahead and put in the aggregate positive. Because they continue the Dragon Quest norm of each level up is, you know, staircase leveling, as I called it in the rumination. Yeah, this could be so much worse. I keep comparing this to Final Fantasy. Remember, in Final Fantasy games, most Final Fantasy games, a level up is not a significant increase in power. So imagine if that was the leveling curve, and you get here. And it's like, hey, go get like 15 levels, because they're all junk. I admittedly haven't played Dragon Quest VIII since it came out, so I don't actually remember if it had that. My memories of that are also a little bit vague, because that was kind of when I got into the Dragon Quest series. Which is funny, because I'd played Dragon Quest 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, and 7 before I played 8. Okay, never mind, Caspian. I was just wondering. I'm guessing Brewster's is a chain, then, because I'm pretty sure I used to live near a Brewster's. And by near, I mean within like an hour drive of one, which is right next to a Target. Hence the question. So now we have Kaboom. So that was Thwack, which they just cast. I did beat 7 back in the day. So Kaboom is going to help a little bit with these sections. So I think we just met our first noticeable increase in power. Yeah, sorry, Pika. If you type in !Voot, you get a link to the Voot. I prefer Paydays. I don't like Baby Roots. God, they're still hitting me for 60! Just vote on it, Pika. It's self-explanatory. Click the link, then you go Voot. There you go. Shazam. Done. It's very self-explanatory. Well, the best progression in an RPG I've ever seen is Paper Mario 1. Although Paper Mario 2 is very high up there as well. After that, I'd probably have to think about it, but I would put FF6 very high up as well. Because FF6 has an extraordinarily smooth progression curve. Yeah, DAO is pretty high up there too, even on hard difficulty. Actually, especially on hard difficulty. At certain points in its history, WoW would qualify, I think. I was debating that, because obviously every expansion they kind of rejigger things, but there's been a few points in which WoW qualifies. Especially nowadays, since they shrunk the levels down to 60 total, which I think was a really good move. Getting rid of dead levels is always a good thing. Oh yeah, also, so, sorry, I'm technically talking about two separate concepts here, Shihali. So there's staircase leveling, which is chakunk, chakunk, you know, significant increase. And then there's smooth progression, which is as you're progressing, the game, it feels like you're gaining a substantial increase in what you can do as you go. A good example of a game that doesn't have staircase leveling, but does have smooth progression, is several Kingdom Hearts games, most notably Kingdom Hearts 2 and Kingdom Hearts 3. In both of those games, you know, as you are leveling, you gain so much additional stuff you can do that even though each level isn't really that much of a big boost, it gives you a lot of additional tools in your arsenal. So it's a nice, smooth increase in complexity and playstyle, and thus, because you can do so many more things, the difficulty curve goes along with it, and it's awesome. So, and yeah, Chrono Trigger does the same general thing, although less so, if I'm being honest, but it still does it. Sorry, I'm debating. Screw it, let's just go for it. Kaboom! Anyway, so, or Jaluda could answer you for me, Kay. But yeah, a dead level is actually kind of exactly what it sounds like. It's a level in which you gain nothing, or nothing notable. Lots of RPGs have had a dead level problem for years. D&D had a dead level, arguably had a dead level problem until 4th edition, I would say. Like, even in 3 and 3.5, how many levels are there where it's like, well, you gain some HP and some skill points. And that's it. God dang! This better kill them, or else we're gonna lose this combat. Okay. Thank God for Kaboom. Pokemon? Pokemon's a weird case. Because Pokemon actually doesn't have dead levels until you get to a certain point. What I mean by that is almost every Pokemon has a point at which they effectively just drop off, they plateau, in terms of getting new stuff. And once they hit that point, then they're kind of gone. In terms of dead levels. But that's not really dead levels in the strictest sense of the word. It's more like you did it, and everything else is bonus points from that point on. It's just additional stats and training. Honestly, just keep kabooming. Just keep kabooming. Just fireball. Just fireball. And yeah, Pokemon also, because of the limited skill set, because of the nature of Pokemon, 6 Pokemon, 4 abilities, 1 out at a time, Pokemon naturally lends itself towards limitations, but in a good way, in a strategic way. Rather than a, I'm bored and auto-damaging kind of a way. You're probably thinking, Laura, you're doing pretty decent. So I'm basically casting Ultima every fight. And while that sounds neat, to use a Chrono Trigger example, you can't just cast Luminaire every single fight. Especially not without something to reduce the mana cost, which we don't have. This is non-sustainable, is the point. This is only sustainable because I can refill my mana 3 feet that way. Yeah, I saw both news tidbits, Pika. And yes, I think they're stupid. Just to cut off the next question there. Yeah, later on, we'll need these Kaboom casts for the 5 bosses we'll be fighting in a row. It is funny, I was actually thinking about it. So back in Dragon Quest 1, we had the Knight, the Colossus, the Dragon, and then the Dragon Lord. 4 bosses. But this game does have 5 bosses, so it is bigger than Dragon Quest 1. It's just funny to me because all 5 bosses are at the very end of the last dungeon. I don't actually remember when this series started using bosses normally. I really don't. It's 3 or 4, but I don't remember. Since our controller's charged, I think I'm going to switch off the Pro here. So hang on. I need to look up some notes while we're sitting here grinding. Yep, I think I'll agree with that. I agree with myself. Now, the good news is that might actually be the last gameplay negative I give to this game. Which leaves us at 8 negatives, by the way, if you're counting. Add that there. We'll see what we think of the upcoming sequences. Why is my camera off? Nobody ever tells me when my camera's off. It's almost like you expect me to do it, and I'm busy trying to think about 700 other things because I'm an idiot. There we go. So Swerby is now 29. He now has Kazing, which I believe... Yep, that's our first... We now finally have the ability to res someone. Dragon Quest VIII, Pika, is when voice acting entered the franchise. And to my knowledge, voice acting is only in 2 games in this franchise, 8 and 11. Alright, how are we doing here? So he's 31, he's 29, she's 22. Was it good VA work? Actually, yeah. Dragon Quest VIII's voice acting is surprisingly good. It's one of the things that added some staying power to Dragon Quest VIII here in the West. Thanks, Kumka. Yeah, 8 was partially voice acted. 11 has tons of voice acting, and God, it's so good. There's such good voice acting in 11. They really went full tilt with the localization there. Oh yeah, by the way, res costs 15 mana. If you don't understand why that's significant, notice we don't even have 100 mana. Just to emphasize that. Yeah. Anyway, someone asked when Chrono Trigger came out to FF6. I don't remember. I'm sorry. They came out pretty close to each other, I know that. What about Dragon Quest XI voice acting? Well, I already answered that twice. But to say it a third time, Dragon Quest XI has really, really, really good full voice acting. Yeah, I would agree. Dragon Quest VIII had better voice acting than FF10. For reasons that make sense if you think about it. For those of you who haven't heard me discuss the reasons why, allow me to discuss it in brief, since I got nothing else to talk about here. Final Fantasy X had a pretty substantial issue with it, and the fact that... Okay, they cast... Oh, they're multi... Oh, yeah, there's Thwack. Okay, yeah, that's that. I've already reviewed it, Mr. Red, so no. Dragon Quest XI is one of the very few Dragon Quest games I've reviewed. Anyways, so FF10... you need to get closer to the 30s, young lady. Who I think is technically older than me. FF10, so FF1, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 was an unending path of increasing quality of localization. Now, we talked about this both in the lore run of the Final Fantasy series and in the reviews of the Final Fantasy series. But each one of these games just got a little bit better in various ways when it came to the localization. Because, well, A, they put more effort and time and work into it, and B, well, there were some cultural problems. A little bit of an elitism, screw the West kind of a thing, which I've talked about before. Even FF10, where they were like, okay, we're going to go ahead and do, full voice acting, they were still hampered because they still hadn't properly localized the dialogue. And, well, they also were very limited by how they programmed it, which is something I talked about during the FF10 run, so I'm not going to go into the more details about that right now. But to explain what I mean by that, how many of you have ever written dialogue before? I'm going to answer before you answer, but I'm sure some of you at least have written dialogue before. Something that a surprising number of writers don't understand is that written dialogue is different than spoken dialogue. Like, word choice and structure and grammar all vary based on whether the dialogue is something you are reading on a screen or whether you are speaking it out loud. And that's not a bad thing, it's just, it's different, it's kind of the way that we process language, right? If you're sitting there reading, the way it beams into your brain is different than if you're sitting there listening, right? It's one of the reasons why audiobooks can work, but in some cases audiobooks can come across as a little bit awkward. You've probably encountered that before. Anyways, the relevance here is that many writers don't seem to understand that dialogue needs to be designed to be spoken, for the most part, for it to sound like something that someone would say. Final Fantasy didn't figure that out until Final Fantasy XII. Kay and I have actually talked about this before, and I have talked about this the 4 times I've streamed FF12, because that was the first game that, no really, finally figured out localization when it came to doing their dialogue and speaking it out loud. So FF10 was reasonably well localized, but only as if it was being written. It wasn't being spoken. And so FF10 runs into a lot of issues by virtue of the fact that they didn't actually do exactly what I was talking about. They didn't think about actually saying it out loud. And there were the tech issues which made it even worse, honestly. Because, like, so to explain the tech issues, since I got nothing else to talk about anyways, to explain the tech issues, let's assume for a moment that you record a line of dialogue that says, I agree with what you say, is what it's supposed to say. But in Japanese, the way that's spoken is, hi. And this is just making something up, so please forgive me. The problem here is when you record that line of dialogue in Japanese, the voice actor will say, hi. That's like less than a second, right? Because of the way the game was coded, they then had to make the English dialogue say the same equivalent in the same size and same duration. The file name, the actual wave file, the sound file, had to be the same size and same duration as the Japanese one, otherwise the engine couldn't take it. Now, if you don't understand why that's a problem, a lot of Japanese is a lot shorter than English. So if you've ever wondered why there's certain lines where the characters are just, check it out, they're trying to get out, or maybe they just don't really get thing, or, they just kind of go, huh, and don't actually say anything at all, it's because they're trying to match the Japanese dialogue, which just is structured differently than English. Now, there were similar issues in later games, but they smoothed that out to the point where they weren't quite as limited, and, well, to be perfectly frank, they were thinking about translations before they got to, when they were writing the original Japanese translations, so, and by translations I mean the original Japanese version. So they started a little bit more prep work, which made it a little bit easier later on. Oh yeah, sometimes Japanese, that's actually, Shihali's absolutely right, sometimes Japanese has much more words. So, again, to talk about FF10, if you ever wonder why there's some sections where they just kind of sit there for a long moment and have huge pauses in between their lines of dialogue, it's because the Japanese version was talking for the whole section. and the English is not, because, you know, because the language inconsistencies. What are we up to? 23. So, the long and the short of it is, they were severely limited. They didn't think about written dialogue versus spoken dialogue, and they had tech issues that they hadn't quite solved, and they hadn't thought about the language differences. So, FF10's localization kinda sucked. Savicom is now dead, probably because she prefers the fact that they didn't do the localization properly, which, I mean, that's just deserving of death right there, I would say. We're gonna die here. Yeah, I'm just gonna accept the death here. I mean, I guess I could flee. A little bit quicker. It is, Dr. Winter. As with most things, if you're going to do localization, you need to do it properly. That's how that works. But that is exactly my point. All I'm describing is the ways they didn't do it properly, and why FF12 was the first game they put out, which was done properly. Which is sad when you really think about it. But all of this is in contrast to Dragon Quest VIII. Wait, no, this makes perfect sense, because remember, Dragon Quest VIII was coming out right about when FF12 was. Huh, that sounds coincidental. Yes, Pika. I feel like I've already answered that because every FF from 1 to 11 was bad in terms of localization. So, by default, the answer to your question is yes. Pretty much, Dr. Winter. I would say that Square has been a lot better about their localization in more recent years, though, so I'll give them some credits. Yeah, so everyone likes to point to this guy are sick when it comes to FF7. That's one of those meme things. Not only do they fix that in most versions of that game, but there's much worse examples of dialogue in FF7. As I've said several times, and in fact, okay, so when we reviewed FF7, if you remember this, I went out of my way to read a lot of the dialogue out loud, because, you know, I'm streaming it, right? And in late FF7, you really start to notice just how nonsensical and terrible that translation is. But it doesn't really start to get bad until, like, the last couple of acts, I would say. Because early game is actually pretty serviceable and makes makes good sense. But then you get to the late game, it's like, what are they saying? That's not English. That's not language, you know? Whoop. Sure, Zactaf. I just... rather you not go into more detail. That's all. I agree, by the way, Team Attack. I mean, even having these versions, I'd be totally down for. How close to word salad? It's pretty bad eclectic. Like I said, in some cases they would say lines of dialogue where it's like you legitimately can't tell what they're saying because that's not language, it's just a bunch of words. I used to know the answer to that, Dr. Winter. I don't right now. Please forgive me. Oh, I would have done that too, okay. Because I'm a weirdo. Speaking of other reasons why Dragon Quest is clearly superior to Final Fantasy. So what we're playing right now is a Switch port of a mobile game. Now, this is impressive for two reasons. I'm not giving any pluses for this, but this is impressive for two reasons. Number one, when they ported this from the mobile to the Switch, they actually bothered to think about how the game should and would play on the Switch. If you don't understand why I point that out, there's a lot of cases where mobile games get ported to like PC or whatever, and they don't think about that. It's just the mobile interface with a couple of buttons replaced by inputs, and that's it. Whereas this plays pretty smoothly, and someone clearly thought about the button layout and the interface of playing the game, right? FF7, or FF6, excuse me. The other reason this is impressive is this is the mobile port of the game, and usually the mobile ports of Square games suck. To put that as simply and bluntly as I possibly can. Yeah, unless you have no other choice, I will never recommend the mobile port of FF5 or 6, for example, just to name a specific thing there. And yes, I've played both, before you ask. And no, it's not just because of the graphics. The FF6 mobile version is lazy, and as usual, it's not just the early game meme stuff that everyone points to. I've beaten FF6 on the phone. There are multiple points throughout that game where it's clear they didn't think about what they were doing and just copy-pasted the code over, and it doesn't work. They're literally cutscenes where you can't tell what's going on, or the timing is so off that you only see half of the cutscene because they just copy-pasted it onto an engine that's playing at a different frame rate. You know? Stuff like that. It's a very lazy port. By contrast, this feels like they actually put some frickin' effort into it. Oh, and while we're on the subject, they actually bothered to rebalance several aspects of the game, although that's probably based on the SNES versions, but the fact remains. Anyways, rant off. We've almost been grinding for an hour. Not quite. You may or may not have noticed, we're getting to the point where we can hang a little bit better. We're dying a lot less. Savicom's still lagging behind because she's a mage, and this is an early Dragon Quest game, so mages are like, okay, if someone says something bad about me, I'll die! And that's their rough defense features. Hello, Ikazao? I hope I'm saying that correctly. Hi. Welcome to my stream. You've caught me in one of the most boring things I do on my stream. Grinding! And trying to figure out something to talk about while we grind. Oh my god. Yeah, exactly. They are straight up glass. They're glass cannons. Mages in Dragon Quest games can wreck face. If they live. They might not live. See, look, I can actually do a second encounter. Look at this. That's how much better we're doing here. Look at this. Oh my god. Yeah, Zalok isn't here, so we can't do light side, dark side. Although I'm pretty sure... What do you think about this? Yep, nope. I am pretty sure that Hargon would, in fact, be dark side. Despite the fact that he's an idiot. Okay, I don't know how to pronounce that last name because I'm terrible, but I can say Louise. So I hope I'm doing that correctly. I'm sorry, what, Pika? No, we're definitely... Honestly, we're kind of into the yellow line right now, if you're paying attention. It's kind of high yellow, low orange, but we are actually in the yellow line. Because if I go full tilt, I'm keeping up pretty well. Whoops. You just missed me going off extensively about the concept of localization, Louise, so I do apologize for the timing there. That's fair, Nithrius. I'm debating if I even want to try to advance. See, the problem is I'm kind of handling the trash, but we've got 5 bosses in a row coming up, so we should probably level at least until we've been leveling for an hour. Earn that negative. If you want to start the Dragon Quest series, I recommend starting with 8. It's a very good intro to the series and has nothing to do with the rest of the games. And if you like 8, you're probably going to like the rest of the Dragon Quest. I should probably mention that the first Dragon Quest game I liked was 8. Swerby's dead. No, Pika, that's a common myth. Yeah, 8 is pretty long. It's on... Hey, Sabacom level. It's on the list for potential funding for the future, but it's probably not going to happen for a while because it's a long game. It's not as long as 7. 7 is the longest one. That's... Oof. Dragon Quest VII, no joke, actually convinced me to discontinue my plans for a Dragon Quest lore run. Capital L. Because Dragon Quest VII, there's some good stuff in DQ7, don't mistake me. But that game has so much dead air. So many huge swaths of nothing happening. And it meanders a lot. 7 is effectively a series of mildly disconnected short stories. And by short stories, I mean several of the specific islands in Dragon Quest VII could probably stand to be their own game by themselves. Now that's by design, that's the whole point of the game, but... You know? Yeah, I think you're right, Dakota. I think my end time in 7 was about 70 or 80 hours. But that's still way too high. Longest game I've streamed? Well, actually, Takari, if you type in exclamation mark... I don't remember the command. Does anyone remember the command? For the spreadsheet? The spreadsheet? Hours, maybe? Oh, geez, hang on. No, it's not runtime. Hang on. Hang on. I gotta... Is it time? Yep, it's time. Dr. Winter has it. There you go. Never mind. We're good. If you type in exclamation mark time, you will see the spreadsheet, which lists the amount of time runs were, their positives, their negatives, their positive and negative ratios, and all sorts of other fun little information there. But the most important thing is get off my screen! The most important thing there is the duration. So, now, I can tell you the answer to your question right off the top of my head. That would be... Not you, I don't want you off my screen. The frickin' remote there was a menu covering half the screen. I'm like, go away! It's Persona 5. Persona 5 is the longest single game I've ever played. It's so long that I think the only thing I've played that's longer than it is the entire WoW lore run. Which is WoW BC, Wrath, Kata, Pandaria, and Warlords, all in one run. That's what you gotta do in order to surpass Persona 5. So, yeah, no. I don't actually think Persona 5 is going to be surpassed when it comes to runs, unless you count entire MMOs, which I don't. Yeah, all 3 Xenoblades combined might be longer than Persona 5. But again, I don't think any Xenoblade game is going to surpass 120 hours. I can't even imagine spending 120 hours in a Xenosaga game. Actually, if you check, Dragon Quest XI is on that spreadsheet. Oh, Xenoblade, I'm sorry, I misread. Yeah, Xenoblade might get up there, yeah. Because Xenoblade is just padding. All the padding. Royal, team attack. Xenogears? I sincerely doubt Xenogears is going to surpass the 40-hour mark. We'll see. 40 to 60 is pretty average for JRPGs. Yeah, there you go. 55 hours in DQ11. I mean, it's... I shouldn't joke. I was gonna say this is a joke. I mean, it's 5 pounds of boring, dull bread, but at least I'm getting my money's worth. Yeah, Xenogears, I'm probably just gonna throw up the cheat flag on that right off the bat and allow myself to save state. And just be like, yep, we're save stating. Not putting up with it when it comes to certain parts of that game. By the way, Savicom's dead. So in case you wondered why Savicom died there, it's because, you notice how I cast Kaboom and it didn't do any damage? That's because Kaboom has a chance to just miss. Which, sucks. Oh yeah, Xenogears has the unskippable cutscenes problem, as in, we'll give it a negative for it, because several of those unskippable cutscenes are of the before the boss variety. At least by memory. I can think of at least 2 off the top of my head, although I don't know the names of the people. Kingdom cutscene. No, Thwack has a chance to miss. And yes, we can get rid of the flame elementals by burning them to death. Yeah, some of the enemies here are just straight up immune to Kaboom. But I didn't think the Gygases were. I don't even remember if it works if the boss is up ahead. I usually don't use Kaboom. I usually use my mana on other things. By the way, we just hit the... We're over, excuse me. We're at in 3 minutes, we will have hit the hour mark for standing here leveling. And we're still almost dying in most of these encounters. She's up to 25. We're up to 34. He's up to 31. Swerby being at 31 is not bad. We could probably make a push. I'm going to get 1 more level. And I think we're going to go ahead and make a push and see what we can manage. I usually pick up the sword, Aseros, but it depends on what I want first. I forget the exact setup, but there's something you do to get scan and the lunge, the closer attack very early, and that's the one I do. Savicom levels. Doesn't get a spell, that sucks. Heal. This guy's probably like, dude, I only have so much mana. Stop wasting it every fight. Oh, it's not my fault. Hell is filled with nightmare death. What do you want from me? Okay. Let's make a real attempt at it. Let's go for it. Let's see if I can remember how to get over here. So I need to go all the way around, I think? Yep. All the way around the outside. Okay. Which is Tylus? Damn it, I'm trying! I think we'll Whiska. Kaboom here. Use on the Frostburn. So from now on, though, we have to be cautious with our mana. We have the ability to restore mana at... Really?! We technically have the ability to store mana at least once. So that's a cursed weapon. I knew it was a cursed weapon. But, let's see if this curse works the way I think it is. This is why I saved right before I put that on. Let's just do this right now. Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, let's go ahead and reload that. So there's actually a glitch you can do with this sword in the NES version. I don't even know if it works in this version. I forget exactly how you do it, too, but essentially you decurse the weapon, and as long as you don't equip something new, you still have the cursed sword equipped. Why is that significant? That sword has the most attack power of anything in the game. For a little bit of perspective, oh, it doesn't even tell me. I think it's like a plus 20 over what I have right now. That's true, they did, Dakota. I don't like that idea. All I know that the curse does is it gives you a chance to not get an action. And losing an action in a turn is just kind of a really big deal in this game. I don't remember what else curse does, but I know it does that. That's not worth fighting. We're not gonna fight that. It might also reduce your agility. I don't remember, like I said. I'm ignorant. I'll admit it. Well, Savicom is earning her pay here. Who's that? Me! 35. Woo! Oh, someone else, too. Holy crap. At least at this point, it's not really damaging to die, so I don't have to reset anymore, really. So, final dungeon time. Oh, God. That's more horrible than I could have possibly imagined. I can't, I'm sorry. Okay, okay, I think it's safe to come back. Okay, okay. Everything's okay. It's okay. It's very scary. As I said, I want to switch controllers here really quick. Put that down. Okay. Woof. A purchase? Which would you like? Leather shield, please. Actually, hang on. I got something for you. Hey, would you like to buy this cursed sword? Hey, I can afford the shield now. Thank you, Faded Kirby, for the bid. Very much appreciate. Do you know where you'd like to put that for increasing priority? Suck equipment? You mean like draining, or equipment that is terrible? Lufia 2, you got it. Since Mystical Star Ninja, etc. is a game I might not be able to get a hold of a copy anymore. I rented it once upon a time. Okay. Middenhall welcometh thee, friend. But wait, is this not His Royal Highness Prince Runner I see before me? Welcome home, your highness. I beg thy pardon, thou art come here to vanquish the High Priest Hargon. But thou art in fair Middenhall Castle, friend, and besides, wherefore wouldst thou wish to destroy one so benevolent as he? Thou art hot-headed indeed. Oh, Hargon, mighty Hargon, thou art so very handsome and bold. Would that we could share... Oh, prithee, forget all I said. The shame of it. I know not what possessed me, that I should ever have thought to harm one so blameless as High Priest Hargon. Laying it on a little thick there, buddy. Since he did wisely bow to the rule of Hargon, his majesty hath been happier than ever he was before. If you should chance to meet him with the high priest, pray, pass on to him the thanks of our people. Good day to thee, I am Morelia, entrusted now with the conduct of his majesty's affair in his former chancellor's stead. It is my duty to brighten the throne room, and to otherwise embrace the new, precious era of peace. Wouldst thou see me dance? Verily, 'tis a sight to behold, I promise thee. Thou shalt come to love me more than ever thou didst that stuffy and over-serious chancellor. Majesty, I beg of thee, I can't drink a single drop more. Surely it's thy turn by now. Yea, and verily, truly, yea, verily and truly, thou art a handsome prince indeed. Come, honor me, and join me in a cup of mead. Oh, welcome home, dear runner. I had begun to fear thy company had come to grief in an attempt to slay Hargon, about whom we were so mistaken. But thou art returned unharmed. Verily, 'tis further proof, if such were needed, of Hargon's boundless mercy. Yea, as a brother did he greet me, and full gladly do I serve him. Pray forget the quest which I did entrust to thee. 'Twas folly to entreat thee to stand against such a paragon. Sure, I believe all of this. Okay, real talk. This was pretty impressive for an NES game. I'm not giving it a positive for the time, because you know I don't review things like that. But I do have to mention, for the time, this was pretty impressive. Well, let's just teleport out of here. Grab a save first. Alright. We have no need of such contrivances. What? The teleporter's right here, dude. Huh. How strange. 'Twould seem the rumors concerning Moonbrook's misfortune were every bit as fanciful as they seemed. The details remain unclear, but I gather the destruction was wrought by an untimely fire. 'Twas none of Hargon's doing. The true goddess rewardeth the faithful, and those who have faith in Hargon shall be doubly rewarded, for it is he who shall lead us into the realm of bliss. High Priest Hargon has sent unto us from the heavens, that all men might know salvation. Let us pray, child. O Goddess Almighty, let fall thy blessings upon the head of thy loyal servant Hargon, as the rain doth fall upon the field. The banishing... Hargon is just. Hargon is cool. Hargon is sus. Hargon is drool. Like I said, they're laying it on a little thick, and anybody who's played video games ever would look at this like, I've talked about that concept before. Video gamers tend to be a lot more suspicious because we've played video games before. What bringeth you to the dungeon, sire? Nary a single ne'er-do-well is to be found within its walls these days of peace. A peace for which we shall give thanks to Hargon, our benefactor and savior. Praise to Yevon. Good morrow, brave runner. Pray avail thyself of all the treasure that thou hast to offer. 'Tis thine, shouldst thou will it. Now that the king has joined forces of justice under the banner of mighty Hargon, little need have we of such worldly trinkets. Yea, that we are able to thusly drown in one another's eyes is a testament to the greatness of mighty Hargon. His sole dream is that we, the people, might know contentment and bliss. Already he hath given us so much, yet he has resolved to give us still more. Praise be his benevolence. Huh, there's nothing in the treasure chests. That's odd. Oh well, I'm sure it's nothing. Now... I don't know if this really qualifies as a walkthrough-itis thing, but this can seriously suck if you didn't walk into this prepared. Because you can get all the way here, all the way to the final dungeon, and not actually have the Eye of Rubus. Now... the only way to really discuss this is to spoil another game, and I don't like doing that. I might not discuss it at all. I might just leave that for the rumination. In fact, let's just make a note here. Dragon Quest Builders 2. Thou art welcome, wanderer, in this our humble item shop. How, pray, will we be of service this day? Welcome to our humble hostelry. Middenhall welcometh thee, friend. 'Twere better thou didst continue to labor under thy pathetic illusion, for now all that awaits thee is death! I should mention that I'm probably going to give this section a story positive. That is a neat little sequence. It really is. And it's a great way to vary things up. Like, even now, that kind of... oh my god, of course it landed. Even now, that wouldn't exactly be amiss when it comes to storytelling. Yeah, it's not a twist. This isn't a twist. Someone earlier mentioned that. This isn't a twist. This is just... yeah, horror. That's a good word. That's... you've got to be frecking kidding me. Well, my Rezzer's dead. I'm just gonna reload that, I think. That's literally gonna be less time than wandering all the way back to the Rez dude, and then wandering all the way back here. But yeah, this is a unique and kind of cool horror moment. Like I said, it's... I mean, just really put this into the framework for a second. Alright, we've reached the final dungeon. This is... what? And it's your hometown. For those of you not aware, this is the starting city. This is Middenhall. And yeah, it's surreal. That's another good word. I like that word. I'm gonna use that word. I steal that word. Yeah, it's bright, sunny, happy. Hey, everything's cool. But we're in the middle of hell! Yeah? What's the problem? Yeah, everyone's praising Hargon for some reason. It's weird. But yeah, no, this isn't supposed to be a... It's not trying to trick you. This is just supposed to be creepy. I'm just getting information, Colgrim. That's all. Utilize thy straw poll, that I might have the info from thine own self. Okay, so let's not die to a randomly cast bullcrap ability, which is what happened by the way. They used one of their bullcrap abilities on me. Take two. Oh yeah, and then when we break the illusion, to continue the horror, there's just these flames flowing around, which are still talking like they're the villagers. This also establishes Hargon's trick. He's an illusionist. Now, honestly, in a more modern game, this is the kind of thing that should probably be established throughout the game. You know, like having illusions being a regular motif. I'm gonna forgive that because it's a NES game, but you get my point. At least they did bother to establish his shtick, rather than, hey, I'm a dude who's a dragon. Really? Of course not. I'm not someone stabs Alok for me. I'm not forgiving anything. There is nothing being forgiven here. In a better game, just to say it that way, let's ignore age for a second. This is the kind of thing that would be established throughout the game. It wasn't back then because this is a NES game. That doesn't mean it's a negative, because they establish it at all. I'm saying this wrong. It's an absence of a positive, not a negative. There we go. Hey, Raven King, welcome back. Okay, so that fight sucked. Let's recover a little bit. Kinda wish we could have healed for free. Could that dude come with us? Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if this is one of the first things they designed when it came to this game. I've talked about that before. A lot of writers will, you know, write the big moment, the big critical moment first, and then like, okay, how do I get to that point? It kind of has that vibe to me. I don't know if that's true or not. That's just presumption. Okay, so... Oh yeah, lots of damaging tiles. Yeah, screw you. Like, just damaging tiles everywhere. I'm trying to remember what I'm supposed to do at this point. Do another safe passage. There, if you type in !Voot, you'll get a link to it. Yes, Zalok. And that vote's going to be up probably for about a month or so. Yeah, honestly, it's funny because narratively speaking, I feel like this game ends pretty decently. Which is good, because gameplay-wise, it can go to goddamn hell. As I've already explained, I mean, I've literally given this outro 2 negatives already, and I stand by those. Nope, not here either. I mean, yeah, that's easy, Sabacom. Fix the leveling curve. Really, that would do it. It wouldn't get rid of several of the bullcraps, and I would still give this section a negative. But you smooth out the leveling curve, and this would go from being, screw you, to, this sucks. And there is a distinction between the two. I don't think I could fix both things in one move. I'd have to think about that. if they say anything in the remix. Nope, they're just going grrrg. Okay. What am I misremembering here? Where was it, TOZ? I don't remember. No, it's cool. I appreciate the not backseating, but I really don't remember what to do, and I'm obviously missing whatever it is. Having to constantly cast safe passage isn't exactly helping anything. Did I already go? I already went behind the throne. I must have missed a spot. Or I'm a blind, dumb idiot, but I swear I already went behind the throne and nothing happened. Because that was the first safe passage. There it is. I just missed the spot. There we are. Yeah, by the way, I should mention that there's several types of damaging tiles. There's poison. I don't remember if this is the exact order, but I'm pretty sure it's poison, lava, the barriers, and then those yellow things. And those yellow things do the most damage per step. And those suck. Thank goodness safe passage exists. Otherwise this would suck even more. Thank you, Dr. Winter, very much. Too much foreshadowing? I mean, there's bad foreshadowing, but I'm not sure there's such a thing as too much foreshadowing. Some of the better stories I've seen have a lot of foreshadowing that you just don't notice the first time around. Quest for Glory... What can I talk today? Quest for Glory 1. You got it, Dr. Winter. Thank you. Yeah, I was thinking heating tubes as well. I don't know. But yeah, we're gonna... Safe passage. Actually, I don't remember if those chests are worth it. I'm just going to look it up, because that's going to be a bit of a trip to get those. Cursed relics. Got it. That's what I thought. I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure there's no gear from this point on that I care about. And I am correct. Yeah, Red Dead Redemption 2 is a good example of lots of foreshadowing. Lots and lots. Okay. Yeah, I couldn't remember either, and I just decided to look. I should have just gone down the list, but whatever. Okay. Who's ready for the reason I'm probably going to have to go level for another hour? Not these guys. No. Ah! Well, see, I don't think that's too much, though, Zactap. I just think that's bad, you know? I don't know. I can't think of a circumstance in which too much foreshadowing is a bad thing. I can only think of circumstances where bad foreshadowing is a bad thing. So I suppose that is just going to be my answer there. Come on. Give me a crit. Or just do damage. Come on! Nah. Come on! Come on! God damn it! No! Ah! So this game sucks, is what I'm trying to say. Liquid Metal. I could have really used that X boost. That would have made me a lot more comfortable with the upcoming boss rush. Example of bad foreshadowing? Yeah, Arkham Knight. I'm not going to give away spoilers, because I don't like to give away unrelated spoilers, but Arkham Knight. By the way, this is the final dungeon. Creepy, but not really impressive from a gameplay perspective. This is basically, oh, you got through the illusion. Okay, here's the boss rush. So here's boss number 1. So his gimmick is that he hits really hard, and he has a lot of health and armor. Oh yeah, I mentioned how several of the final bosses all have multiple actions per round. Here's an example of one of them. So I don't want to crap on this game even more than I already have been. But I'm going to argue a negative for outro overall. I didn't mean to click that. Whatever. And I'm dead. Okay, so, anyways. That would qualify as part of the outro, Savicom, so we'll have to judge that as we go. But my point being, you know me. I'm harsh on intros and I'm harsh on outros. You probably didn't notice, Savicom, but I decided to give a plus to both story and gameplay for the intro to this game. It's not the best, but it is actually good. Good enough that I felt that it warranted it. The intro with Moonbrook and the initial quest hooks are actually quite decent and, you know, do some good stuff. And then the game just kind of stops, narratively speaking, until we get here. Gameplay-wise, the first 2 islands, or continents, or whatever you want to call that, were really well designed. There was a good flow and movement through the progression, and there was a nice, okay, you should go here, but also you can go here and get this, and you could do these in whatever order, but you've got directions in all directions, and a clear escalation of progression as you're going through, and just general good design to those first things. The moment you get the ship is when that design just kind of goes into negative territory. And you can tell that they spent more time on the intro than on the middle part, which is... And I think this makes this a rare example where the intro and the outro are clearly more effort was put into it than the rest of the game, at least from a story axis. Anyways, so let's try to not die this time. Ugh, Swerby's dead. He just killed him. Nothing I can do about it. He just hit him twice, and that means he's dead. And you're probably thinking, well, you should buff, Lore. I did. By the way, this is the easiest of the 5 bosses by far. I also lack the ability to res without him. Savicom's dead. Now, there's apparently some caveats here. I'm debating if I want to walk all the way back to the Reser. Because that means I have to go all the way, and I can't even tell. Okay, yeah, you know what? No, let's just do this. I don't think that's worth it. I actually don't think that's worth it. So in the old versions of this game, there is a way to basically trick the game into not respawning those bosses. But if for whatever reason you end up saving or getting those bosses, resetting your game, those bosses will respawn, and you'll have to fight all 5 as a row. Because you are intended to fight all 5 bosses, you know, without being able to leave and recover. But the specifics depend on the version of the game you're playing. Also, no. Gum Gum. I would probably smack Batman if he tried to train me. In case you missed that, Runner, my melee tank with my best armor, just got pushed down to 23 health because he got hit twice. Because he targeted him with his 2 hits. It's about 140 damage. And Savicon somehow lived through that, probably because I double buffed. And that's why I double buffed. I think you're right. Is it an R? Tyruzi. I think I can leave in this one. Okay, so he's dead. No one's dead. You look at the numbers, Venters. Read the document. Hey, she now has the ability to res. Holy crap. Yeah, I don't know, Crazy Norse, it's weird. Okay, 1 down. Hang on. I don't want to waste any time here. So here's boss number 2. This is the mage boss. So yes, in case you missed that, he just cast Thwack. Because of course having a boss who can just instantly kill you as a random chance is a wonderful game design decision. I remind you, you're supposed to fight these consecutively. Yeah, he also likes to do that. Now that was actually really good RNG, believe it or not. That went way smoother than it probably should have. So, boss 3, we've already fought the melee, we've already fought the mage. What's next? The correct answer is both! This is Belial. He has the stats of the former and the casting abilities of the latter. He also has 2 actions per round, I think. So we're gonna basically treat him like we did the first boss. Oh! Oh! Ow! Okay, he doesn't have 2 actions. We're okay, we're okay. I thought he had 2 actions. I was wrong. I remember some of these have 2 actions, but I'm not sure which ones. Let's go ahead and heal there. Get another Kazap going, because we want at least 2 Kazaps on these guys. Oh, there is 2 actions. What do you know? I was right. It must be. This must be one of those chances of having 2 actions. Silly me. Hey, She-Corp. Oh, oh, okay, we're okay, we're okay. Okay, the full heal went off before whatever he's about to do, which is just attacking me twice, of course. Ironically, the 4th boss is one of the easiest of this quintuplet, in my opinion. That's by memory, of course. Notice I'm just burning through mana on these because I need to. Jesus Christ. Fortunately, we do get at least 1 mana restore, depending on RNG. I intend to use it. Oh yeah, the boss knows full heal, by the way. He's also not the only one of these 5 bosses who knows full heal. I may actually just reload. That is awful. Whatever, let's do this. No, Dr. Winter. He doesn't track his MP. The way his AI works is extremely simple. He rolls a dice to determine which action he should take, and then he rolls a dice to determine how well it goes. So if he rolls a dice to say, I should heal, then he will heal, and that's the end of that. You could see this in some of the AIs, because in some cases the AI will literally full heal, or heal, when they're at full health as their initial action, because again, it's pure random. Okay, he's as far down as it's getting. Yeah, no, this is the worst type of boss healing. This isn't work with it. This isn't there's a mechanic involved. This isn't outlast it. This is, no, I decided to heal to full randomly and can do so infinitely. And every turn if I feel like it. Whoops, that was a misclick. And that's... Well, all of my rezzers are dead, which means we're going to reload that. Christ. If nothing else, I think the sheer RNG nature of these bosses is why I hate them so damn much. They're not difficult, it's just you're either fine or you're dead. Now, I've always said the whole point of the current era of reviewing is we give positives and negatives more freely. That's the whole goal, right? Well, that's one of the goals. So... It depends, Fife. But yeah, since they only have so many of them and you can actually outlast them, and they only use them when they're low on health, and they don't always use them when they're low on health, I would say yeah. I mean, yeah, so Savicom does have a valid point, which means I need to destroy her! But, if you grind a lot more, the RNG nature of this fight is reduced substantially. And if you bring a leaf, then losing your 2 rezzers isn't the end of the world. I don't think that mitigates it, to be completely honest. I really do legitimately think these are badly designed bosses. But, you know, it is something to note. So, Suffolk's dead. I'm just gonna reload that. That was a bad damage roll, and I'm just gonna go with that. The good news is the final boss is worse than this. And from what I understand, also has full heal. So, that'll be fun. Okay, so that's a decent opener. So we can do a little bit of damage. Let's get our buff out so we can withstand the physical hits. We're gonna miss with a spell because screw you. Oh yeah, we have no AoE heals, by the way. Virtually every boss, from the previous dude to the last dude, has AoE attacks. Just another little layer of screw you on top of that. God, do I have? No, I don't. I mean, you are the DPS. We need to keep our DPS alive. Stay alive, oh god. And Swerby's dead. You know, it's funny. My first round seems to have been my best RNG. I even beat the boss, it's just I lost both of my rezzers. Okay. In later games, Rez has a chance of failing. I can basic... In case you missed that, I rezzed Swerby, and then the boss used his 2 attacks per round to hit Swerby with both attacks. Oh my god. Let's actually grab a save here so we don't have to walk back. I didn't expect there would be this much face mulching on this boss, but here we are. Okay, that's a good opening round. Okay, I'm gonna stop trying to kazap. It just keeps not landing. See you around, Dakota. Have a good one. Tomorrow we'll be playing what is hopefully a substantially better Dragon Quest game. Okay, so now it's time to recover, because he cast AoE spells. Well, DQ3 has a lot of history to it, too, which we're gonna have to cover. At least a little bit. You know, I called Dragon Quest I the FF7 for Japan, but that's not quite accurate. DQ3 is really the Dragon Quest, or the FF7 for Japan. It's the big success story. Like, financially and critically, DQ3 absolutely exploded in a way that most games haven't before or since in Japan. No, Harriet. It is pure dice roll. Like most AI was back in the day. The first game of this type that used a gambit system was Final Fantasy IV, which was 3 years after this? Something like that. It was a bit. Early SNES. I'm gonna risk another Kabuff. Try and max out our defense here. That's the one, Shikor. There's a little bit of misinformation about that particular story, but there is still enough truth to it. I was reading up on that. There actually was someone who was mugged for their copy of Dragon Quest VII, or Dragon Quest III, which was the kind of thing that just didn't happen. Led to some legislation getting involved and some cultural precedents. I'm gonna try one more Kazap, see if we can land it. We got a lucky crit our first attempt. Yeah, no, it's just not happening. Okay, that's fine. We're getting actually really lucky rolls this time around, which means I'm about to die. So I hope you've enjoyed this particular battle, because we're about to do it again. Okay, she lived. I thought I was landing Kasap earlier, but yeah, he must just be straight up immune to it. Which is fine, you know, that's whatever. Draining her mana like it's going out of style here. Okay, that's a good roll. The best thing for him to do is his Flame Breath attack. It hits all three of us, but it does the least damage, even overall. So, 3 down, 2 to go. Oh wow, Savicom. Yeah, there were a couple ways to do that back in the old version. Okay, so let's recover a little bit. No kidding, Von Falkenstein. Okay, because of it is worth noting, because of the fact that these bosses stay dead, if we really have to, we can go back to the full restore person, and we can level some more. We're not locked in here like we would be in the original version, so it isn't the end of the world if we don't manage this right now. But we are going to grab a save, obviously. So the fourth boss is this tile right here. So there's Hargon. Hi, Hargon. Who disturbs my slumber? Impious fools! I am the High Priest Hargon. Knowest thou not my name? No. Then I shall cure thee of thine ignorance. I, Hargon, serve a power beyond thy knowing, and thou shalt kneel before me. I look really dumb. So he's a caster. Full tilt. Oh shoot, I wasn't paying attention. That's okay, we need to heal now. It's time to begin the heal cycle. Savicom's dead. You know what? Hang on. Let's just undo that. Save passage. Up we go. Alright. Let's save here. Use your prayer ring. Didn't break. Good. Use your prayer ring. Cool. Still not broken. Save. Swerby, I want you to try it one more time. Okay, not too shabby. Take 2. I know who you are. I didn't read this last time. Oh yeah, he gets 2 attacks per round too, as you may or may not have seen by the fact that he just killed Savicom. I'm just gonna start that over. That starting with a party member getting killed in one shot is not cool. Oh, absolutely Crazy North. I'm trying really hard not to talk about it because I don't want to spoil that game here. I'll talk about it during the room because I can have like a spoiler section of the room. Take 3. So, Swerby's dead. Yes, Dr. Winter. Yeah, it's exact. I'm trying not to spoil unrelated games. I don't like doing that. I avoid it whenever I can. I have no idea where the autosave would put me, and I'm so scared to hit it because I don't want to lose my quick save. Like, I'm like, oh god, where's that gonna put me? Do I have? I don't. Okay. You know what? Hang on. Well, no, they're kept on, I think. So I can't even tell because of this game's interface. Well, whatever. Take 4, I think? Oh, thank God, he's only casting the most powerful magic attack in the game. Okay, he's immune to Kasab. That's what I was wondering. Keep kabuffing. Savacom's dead. This is the easiest of the 5 bosses, theoretically. I know that sounds like a joke. Whoops, that was a misclick. Okay. Let's get Savacom back up. We could be doing worse right now, that's why I'm going with it. Wow, alright. It's not my fault, they're pronounced ruminations. And I like to shortcut things. What do you want from me? Alright, so this, and let's hope my agility is higher than his. Nope, and that's bad? That's terrible, actually. It's not the worst thing. Hang on. We're just completely on the back end now. We might recover from this. Nope. Okay, that's official. Yeah, we fell behind, and that was the end of that. Okay. Damn it! I mean, my level certainly isn't helping, but I am also higher level than I should be for this boss, according to 2 guides I looked at, Ventures, so make of that what you will. I could probably try to over-level for this. That is something that's possible. That shows I have nothing for her to do. Defend. Two kabuffs up. Swerby's alive. Thankfully I healed him earlier. You notice how the only one doing damage is me? That is to say, the melee. Hey, Narset. It's been interesting. Let's just front load that. And that's why. At least it won't be wasted now. I mean, my point is the other two are so busy healing or buffing every round, they don't have time to do anything other than heal or die. Those are the options. Thankfully, he only has mid-heal. Basically costs me 2 rounds there. Live. Okay. Ooh, that was a little close. Thankfully, we have the 3rd best weapon in the game. Almost wishing I got the Thunder Sword, but man, screw that dungeon. I'm super looking forward to Drakengard. It'll be very interesting to see if it surpasses Anthem for my least rated game. Actually, no, just defend. You have higher agility. Or he could go. That's okay. He healed. We're doing okay-ish this time around, which means he's about to kill me. I mean, proper remix would help any game, so yes, by default. Oops. Defend. Stop healing! I've actually never played Drakengard 3, but the answer to your question is yes, we're only playing Drakengard 1. Oh, that's bad. Okay, that's not as bad as it could be. We keep having weird luck with his turns. Not bad, but it just keeps wasting time. Like that. No, Eclectic. You would have to tell me to hit the stream brakes, which I can do. Very likely, Harian. I mean, if you remember, Anthem got 0 story positives. So if nothing else, Drakengard probably has a beat on that front. Damn it, I keep having free turns to defend and he keeps not meleeing. Yeah, like that. Thanks! Appreciate you one-shotting Swervy. And then healing. Oh my god! Can I do damage with spells? I don't even know if Kaboom hits him. Nope. Immune to Kaboom, or it just missed. Immune to Sizzle, too. Wow, that was great. That could be death for Savakana. But he's dead. The question is, do I have a second to recover before the next boss? To be defeated by such worms, 'tis pathetic. But thou shalt not yet rejoice, this world is far from saved. Malroth! Lord and Master of Destruction, receive of me my flesh in willing sacrifice. Please let me use the menu. Oh, thank God. Okay. Let's get a res in. Oh God, he is tapped on mana. You have Malroth, which may sound familiar if you've even looked at Dragon Quest Builders 2. Okay. Let's grab a save. Actually, If I save, I lock myself out of the ability to heal and res and all that. Although I guess I could just die. That's not a bad point. I'll go ahead and save. If I want to go back and grind, I can die. Let's get some mana back, and we're just gonna mash it. And there it goes. That's okay. We got him up to 73, which is good. She's down to 16. There's 40. There's Ash. And she's up to 86. Doing good. Doing good. Keep going. Keep going. Okay, so we got her up to 111, which is really good. So let's do it. Final boss. Alright, we beat the game. Oh my gosh, it's Malroth. I'll just go this way then. No more than the people who made the game, Narset. So yeah, final boss fight. The hardest one of all. Quick bit of historic context. There's an item called Malroth's Idol in this game. Other than that, there is no hint that this character even exists in the NES version of this game. Now, I want you to perceive that for a moment. I want you to picture you go through the whole game, and you beat the last boss, and then he's like, no, I summon you, the real last boss, and the real last boss just shows up, and you're like, who's this guy? This might be one of the most egregious examples of this giant space flea from nowhere in RPG history. Because there is no hint about Malroth existing in the original. Now, they added a few additional hints, but even in this version, I've been paying attention. Even in this... Yeah, it's the Eye of Malroth. Even in this version, there's not many hints of the fact that Malroth exists. I think there's like 4. Anyways, this guy... Well, this is gonna suck. So our strategy hasn't changed. Hey, we can Kazap him. That's actually amazingly good because he hits for 100 and an AoE. Oh my god! Okay. I'm okay. Alright. Oh god, he has Kazap. He has AoE Kazap. None that I could think of, Ariant, no. Let's Rika buff, because we really need that buff. I think so, Shihali. I remember reading about that, but I don't know. Yeah, in the original NES, by the way, he had full heal, which is all I need to say about that. Ugh! Ow! Ow! Okay, that's cool. I'm cool. Everything's cool. Everything's cool. And that's game. Alright, hang on. Reload. Well, since we hit the stream breaks anyways, everyone, we need to hit the stream breaks for Eclectic. The stream breakiest of all stream breaks. None shall compare. Wow. I believe you, Shihali. Alright, so Eclectic has funded Okami HD, Overlord, hope you're writing this down, Prototype 2, Prototype 1, Oxygen Not Included, Outer Wilds, Hollow Knight, hang on, Stardew Valley, Skyward Sword, and that's it. And I hope you wrote all that down, because I've already forgotten all of it. Boop! Back to the game. Okay. Those didn't exist in that version, Ash. That's why you didn't see them there. Oh god, it's an unskippable cutscene before a difficult boss fight. So what's the difference between this and a final boss's final form? Functionally, I suppose nothing, but there's a little bit of presentation variance. Because, again, imagine for a moment that you're like, hey, Palpatine, and Palpatine's like, oh, I'm dead. And then out of the shadows comes some dude you've never heard of before or seen before who's like, wah, and then, like, starts lightsaber battling Luke. To contrast that, imagine if Palpatine, as he's defeated, you know, uses the Force to heal himself and then pulls out his lightsabers and then duels you, having a final form. You see the difference in the approach there? The significance varies. Instead of fighting Bob... But anyways, alright, so Kabuff... and Kazap, which can actually land on him. As all the Sith emerges from beyond the throne for some stupid reason. So we're going to be really risky and try to get a second Kazap and a Kabuff up before we keep going. Ow! Oh my god, ow! Ah, okay. Hi, everything's cool. Everything's cool. Oh, no, we're dead. He went first, and that was game. Wow, we were actually doing really well, and then he went first. We could have recovered from that. But we didn't. You notice how, once again, it's RNG that got us killed. Her agility is pretty high, too. She usually goes first. I was even counting on it that time. And then he went first. Okay. Kabuff. Kazap. Ooh, that's bad. Okay, let's get some good RNG in chat here, because I need it. So let's try to get a second Kazap out, which we got. That's good. We technically have one Kabuff up. Okay, now we're back to 0 Kabuffs. Okay, so let's keep trying to get those Kabuffs so we can get a third Kazap up. Ow! Ow! There, third Kazap. He is as Kazapped as he's getting. We're hitting him for triple digits now, so that we're actually doing really well on that front. Now, I'm gonna cover heal. Have 2 people heal the same person. I normally wouldn't do that, but it doesn't matter because he went first! And now I just wasted an entire turn because the heals don't redirect. I'm gonna die. I'm actually doing really well, and I'm going to die because he went first! God damn it! Hi. What's up? And he goes first and kills Savacom. Let's see if we can live through a round. Nope, we're dead. Oh my god. We were doing really well. Like, legitimately. We had 3 Kazaps on him. We got up to the Kabuffs. We were at the point of hitting him for triple digits, which is really good. And all we had to do was keep up the healing cycle and keep hitting him. And then he killed me. And then he killed me. And then he killed me. Kasap. So, the fact that he goes first means there's an extremely high chance he's about to kill someone. Now, I don't know who. So, in order to cover myself, I'm going to have everyone heal themselves. That way, at the very least, their heal will not be wasted. Hey, Savacom outpaced him, like she should. Hey, I outpaced him. And Swerby is dead, and I'm dead, and Savacom is almost dead. And now Savacom's dead. Alright, Savacom. Here's the deal. You know, I love you, but, there is no cheat available. There's no cheating. We have two options. We can pray for RNG, or we could grind for another hour. Or we can quit. That's it. Those are our options. I would really rather finish this game today, and the sooner the better, not because I dislike it, because I have to do a whole video about this game still. And I'm always thinking about that when it comes to these games. You know, I still have to record, edit, render, process, upload, and cycle a whole rumination along with all the paperwork that comes after the end of a run. And there's quite a bit of it. If I beat the game like right now, that would be okay. I would have just enough time to get all that stuff done and maybe actually do something with my night other than go to bed. I don't think I'm going to beat him right now. So we're 2 Kasaps in. So we're actually going to stop at 2 Kasaps, I think. We're doing okay. Now, we're going to cover heal again on Savacom. So I have 2 people heal Savacom to try and make sure at least one of them manages this. So, Savacom died because he targeted just her, because he's a dick. This is still not going terribly. Believe it or not. Okay, now that sucks. I didn't even know he could buff. Yeah, we're level 36, 33, and 28. We are not under-leveled. I'm going to try to kind of start the fight over here. Get that Kasap up again. Okay, so that... God, that AoE flame attack sucks so badly. Okay. Let's do self-healing to ensure it doesn't get wasted. And he does Kasap. That's actually good. That's good. That's good. That means we're going to go ahead and we can, you know, manage to heal. Okay. Now I need to heal the main character. This is actually going to be a little bit difficult. So we're going to gamble a little bit and do this. And the main character's dead, and Swerby's dead. And Savacom. Oh, Savacom lived! Holy crap, Savacom lived! Quick! Kasing Swerby! Savacom's dead. Get Savacom up, quick! Thank God this is a full res. Nope, Swerby's dead. That's... Unless I kill him, probably in the next hit. He just kabuffed. Of course he kabuffed. He's just playing with me now. He's still kabuffing. Why are you kabuffing? You have 1 billion defense. I'm already hitting you for 30. Stop it. Why are you torturing me, Malroth? I thought we were friends. This is because I left you in that stupid prison, isn't it? That would be hysterical, Savacom. I've seen the future. I know what you will do. Oh. So, first round is always the same thing. Kabuff, Kasap, see what happens. God, that is the worst attack. His AoE breath attack is so mean. 100 damage to everyone. Except Savacom, where it only does like 50 to her because she's got that fire-resistant cloak. Oh, that attack is just the worst. Okay, so let's gamble and get the healers up. Let's see what happens. That's... okay, nope, there are no AoE heals. This is the worst possible time to donate, but I appreciate you all the same, Eclectic. You're awesome. Never stop being awesome. Okay, I want to get at least one more Kasap out. There we go. And okay, well, that's cool. I was actually just thinking, you know, I wish I could die here, but if only there was some way to make that happen. Hey, what do you know? He gabuffed. I was actually expecting that. Okay. Hang on. We've got a pause moment. Let's pause the game. Let's pop my elbow. Ah. Thank you, Eclectic. Very much for those bits, as always. If you give me a moment, I will jot those down. As soon as I find my document. Which is over here. There it is. Whoops, that's the wrong button. I've deleted the world. And Hades and Age of Mythology. Yeah, I really liked Age of Mythology, and then I played the expansion. I didn't like the expansion. Okay. Get the sap out, get another buff out. Get an attack out. How much HP does this version have? Does anyone know? I'm just idly curious for no reason, really. No. Let's do the safe thing. Let's do the safe thing. No! Frickin' flame attack. Yeah, that flame attack. Thank you for the demonstration, Malroth. $1,700. That's manageable if I can hang for about 20 rounds. Let's see how close I'm getting. Calculator. Calculator over here. Switch back to the game. Okay. Hey, S-Diesel. I'm having an interesting time. Don't breathe, don't breathe, don't breathe, don't breathe! Or do that! I mean, that's also terrible. I mean, I guess breath would have been worse, but... whatever. Actually, let's do something weird. Let's do this. She's got the pool anyways. Live or not. Don't live. Don't live. Whatever you do, Swerby. Whatever you do, it is imperative that you die. Good job. That. So, the reason I wanted to know his health is I was curious how far along I was getting, because it's important to kind of keep track to see if you're getting close, right? So, for example, in this particular attempt, I got 211 HP through him. If you're curious, that's a little under an eighth of his health. Yeah, it's nothing. I'm nowhere. That's the point. Now, that was kind of a round of bad rolls, but given how RNG dependent this is, I don't know. Ideal defense for him, and he did a flame attack, the worst thing he can do. I'm not sure there's anything he does that's worse than that flame attack. That flame... Thank you for the demonstration, Malroth. I was hoping to show off what I meant when I said the flame attack. Jesus Christ. You notice he's done the flame attack 3 rounds in a row, right? 4 rounds in a row, and we're dead. That was 320 damage. I'm nowhere. I'm absolutely nowhere. I'm not even close. But yes, I've been having him kabuff, Von Falkenstein. Swervy has been kabuffing. Whoops, that's... You know, I wouldn't mind this if I didn't have to do these stupid post-game rooms. I mean, I know the ending. We beat him. Malroth goes away. We go back to town. Everything's cool. We have a happily ever after. The realms do rebuild, and everything does get better, and eventually a little builder is born. That's the ending. I don't mean to sound dismissive. It's a nice ending, but that's the ending. Make sure you vood if you haven't, by the way. I suppose it is the final nail in that last negative I'm going to give this game, that I don't actually care about beating the last boss. I'll do it because it's my job and I'm professional enough to do it. But I really don't care. Like, there will be no accomplishment. There will be no, hey, I did it. I won't feel good about it. I won't enjoy the experience. I will simply have done it and move on. You know what I mean? You're funny, S.A. Ross. Runner dies! Yeah, no, that's pretty much my experience with the outro of this game in one cohesive sentence. Well, we're going to leave the vote up for a while. We only have like 30 people voting so far as Diesel, and I'm pretty sure I have more than 30 viewers. Generally speaking, if I have anywhere under about 300 results, I don't consider it a conclusive poll. Yeah, exactly, Space Pagan. I mean, I guess that's fair, Eclectic, but again, the day is all that really matters to me for this circumstance, so... If you can watch one block on a day, then that means you can watch on that day. You know what I mean? Well, the other problem with making the information more specific is it has no use to me. No offense. At least in this circumstance. I'm sure it has some use somewhere. But if I wanted to see how many viewers I get per block, I already have that information. That's not what I'm looking for. Well, like I said several times, Lanowin, if I just suddenly randomly get run over by a car or something like that, most people probably won't even notice for a while. Hey, Baron. No. I'm just commenting on how I do content well in advance, Baron. Yeah, I don't know if you know this, Baron. I record content well in advance. I also stream 7 days a week. I don't know if you knew that either, Baron. Also, there's a vote if you haven't voted on that. You know, you say that, S.A. Ross. I don't know. People... There's a reason I turned in that meme of, did you know, at the very beginning. I don't even know what that is, Eclectic, would be the answer to your question. I hope one of these stats reduces the fire damage I take. I mean, HP can help a little bit, but... You know... As you know, I have a website. It's filled with porn. That's what I should do. That'll get people to show up. That'll get people to be like, oh wow, yeah, I should totally check out that website. Hang on a second. Wait just a moment. It's all cable porn. Or food porn, yeah. Go Google cable porn, Mr. Ed. Image search. Trust me, it's safe for work. I'm not joking. It is safe for work. Several of my viewers didn't believe me the first time I said that on stream. They're like, oh my god, and I'm like... No, it's okay. In all and total sincerity, I kind of hope to have some cable porn of myself. You know, whenever I have an actual set and not just a bedroom I've converted into an office. I mean, ignoring the fact that it's, you know, cool looking. There's also the fact that it's really, it's much safer and better designed and less possibility of error and just all sorts of good stuff there. As opposed to just having the cables, you know, there and kind of grouped together. Did you just give me another cursed item? Yeah, they did. Get out of my inventory. That's true, S-Diesel. Yeah, Hargon's thing is kind of curses. That's his shtick. Yeah, there's just cursed. That's where they getting it from. They pick it up like, oh, cool, and then they drop it, and I pick it, and then I drop it, and then they pick it up like, oh, cool, and it's like rain, you know. Oh, absolutely, Sovicom. Either that or because he was bored. Also, congrats, Von Falkenstein. Listen, we saved the world in record time, Sovicom. That's all that is. Remember, the world record for this is what, 2 hours, I think? I'd have to look it up. I don't want to stop grinding. It's just a couple hours, is what I'm saying. So it's not that out of bounds. You know me, I like to think that most speedruns is what happens in lore. Like, that's how good Mega Man is in lore, and that's how good, you know, Mario is in lore, and so forth and so on. Non-glitch speedruns, obviously. Glitchless. You know what I should do? I should do that. Hey, Swervulard, Kamikaze, aka Sacrifice. Exactly, Ash. You know, that's the idea. Do it! Kill yourself, Swervy! Kill yourself for my amusement! Worth it. Yeah, sure, hang on. Teruzzi. I could probably afford that. No, I can't afford that shield because I died and accepted the death, which means I lost like 15,000 gold. Could have afforded it. Good night, Geludo. Okay, so we've got Dragon's Bane, Magic Armor, Erdrick's Shield, Erdrick's Helm, Erdrick's Sword, Magic Armor, and the Windbreaker, and Lightning Staff, and the Flowing Dress. And that's our lineup right now. Probably Sovacom. I need to look something up while we're here. I'm just going to commit to staying up late and not getting a good night's rest. I think that's what I'm just going to commit to here. Okay, so we've got... Is that it? No. There it is. 80. That is a significant increase. Yeah, I could also, you know, not stream tomorrow. Which is... not something I want to do. I mean, Dragon Quest III surely has to be better than this, right? Right? No, Zakel. Just 1, 2, and 3. You can actually see on the website that I was just plugging seconds ago the exact upcoming list. Here we go. This is what I'm looking for. H. How the hell do I get to that? The good news is I own Dragon Quest 4, 5, and 6, so those are possible. Whereas they wouldn't be otherwise. Well, I've played 11 already, Zach. I mean, I've played all of them, but I've streamed and reviewed 11, Builders 2, 1 and 2, and I'll be streaming 3 at some point in the future. At this point, I'm not even going to commit to tomorrow. I know what I'm going to do. I really don't want to do this. You know what? I'm going to be a bad streamer for a minute. Do this. Can you hear that? I can turn it up. You know what I could do instead of doing this? I might do that. Yeah, I might try that instead. That's not a terrible idea. We'll do that instead. We'll do this. There. Okay. I can kind of see what I'm doing. Barely. Oh yeah, I should get a save here. In case this is a terrible idea. I do own BOF 3. It's over there, as it happens. Otherwise, I probably would have said no to that being out of the list. I'm not going to review the NES versions of these games. All it would be is the same review, but much more negatives. All those convenience feature positives, gone. The aggravations I've been having, worse in every way. And the interface is crap. So negative for interface, negative for additional problems, and the removal of a positive. There you go, there's the NES review. No Signal was pretty rough. ST's learning how I managed that one. Oh, Savicom leveled. And got Hocus Pocus? I don't remember which that one is. What the heck is Hocus Pocus? Because when they join your party, they start at level 1, Juniperon. Yes, I think that's bad design. Why do you ask? I mean, it can work, but I don't think it does. As is obvious from this, the spread is pretty bad. And they don't really have catch-up mechanics like, oh, I don't know, say FF4 would do. Yeah, there's some RNG involved as well, because, you know, if someone dies, well, they don't get any experience. So that's just kind of that. Oh yeah, I actually forgot about the Ishihali, but you're quite correct. They did have different exp tables. Because back in the day, they decided on levels a little bit differently than they tend to in more modern games. Go away. Of course, they're immune to my magic. Get out of my way. You are not worth my time. That was literally 3 steps. And the best part is they actually hurt a little bit, like Swarby's dead, for example. See you around, Dr. Winter. Are we done here? Can I leave? Thank you. God, game. Yeah, sorry, I've hit the point of actually being irritated, because I realized that I'm going to get very little sleep tonight, and I'm going to feel like crap tomorrow. And it's all because this game is wasting my time. A game being a bad game, sure, whatever. Being an irritating game, that sucks, but whatever. But a game wasting my time is the worst thing any game can do. So hopefully... Oh, thank God. Okay, so, it's a little bit of a shortcut back. Now, hang on. Do I want to go there? Let me double check. Because that's going to lead to... there. Yep, okay, so we're here. So I need to get to... How do I get to... 35. Where's 35? Okay, so I need to get to 32 or 33. Sorry, I'm reverse tracking through the dungeon to figure out where I'm going. Looks like right there. Right there. Okay, so I need to go. This isn't going to be terrible. So we're going to go down on purpose. We're going to go up to here. And this is 25, right? Yep, okay. And then we're going to go here. We avoided this all the last time. Well, hang on. That leads to... Oh, duh. Sorry. I'm going the wrong way. I'm going the wrong corner. My bad. Let's go back over to this corner. Let's kill these guys because they're stupid. Get out of my way. Thank you for being removed from my presence. You are so irrelevant at this point. Down we go again. This is going to lead to the sword. This is plus 20 damage to the main character. I decided that was worth the extra time. I will probably get more value out of the time spent coming here than if I had spent the same time grinding. So, that is, for all intents and purposes, the best sword in the game. Now I gotta figure out how to get back out of here. Because I'm pretty sure Evacuate will send me to the wrong end, and I really don't want to do that, although I could test that. Let's find out. So we're saved. Let's see what Evacuate does. It might save... Oh, hey! Holy crap! Okay, so that's not terrible. So we've got the sword now. I'm surprised that that actually put us back to where we wanted to be. I really am. I could get Erdrick's armor as well, now that I'm thinking about it. It's also in that dungeon. I'm not sure where. Let's see, where is that? So that's at 27, which is at 21. Oh, that looks way in there. Yeah, that would be a hell of a trip to get down there. We could do it. What do you think? Should we go for Erdrick's armor, or should we run in a circle for a while? Well, let's look it up. What's Erdrick's armor do? Hang on. Let's see what the stat variances is. R? It does reduce breath damage. So it's actually very little increased defense. In fact, it's no increase in defense. But it is reduced spell and breath damage. And for that alone, that's probably worth getting. So, alright, hang on. Let's figure out where this is. We know we can warp out now. So that's going to make this a little less irritating. Okay, so... how the hell do I get to 27? So 27 leads to 21. Alright, 21 is somewhere. This map, I swear to God, this freaking dungeon. Do I give a negative to this dungeon? Because I need to. I need to. In fact, hang on. While we're sitting here, let's vent a little bit. No, so let's see. Final boss gauntlet, the grind wall, the road to Renderak. Yep, okay. And there we go. Okay, cool. Negatives given. Just making sure. We are actually up to 10 negatives to gameplay. And God, I stand behind that. Honestly, that's probably lowballing it if I'm being completely honest. But I'll think about it. I'll go back over the list and rejigger my thoughts there. That's a good question, Zach. Ask Savacom. She rather likes the story of this one. Okay. Alright, so I want to be not fighting these things. Okay, now let me get some healing going on. So I'm not sure what I need exactly at this point. I still haven't mapped out my route. I haven't found 21 yet. Where's 21? There's 21. So to get to 21, I'm going to need to get to... $19, I think? Hang on. Where's 19? There's 19, which goes to 23. 23 is right there. Yeah, okay, so I need to go right... This isn't going to... Oh, god damn it! This isn't going to be as bad as I thought it was, but this is still going to be a little bit of a trip. I have to admit, the Breath of Fire series is a series I enjoyed, but I can't in good conscience really call them good games. As much as I'm absolutely certain that would raise hackles for saying that. For God's sakes. Then again, I've never reviewed Breath of Fire 3, so we'll see what we think of that when we get there. Breath of Fire also has a unique tone to it, which is nice. It's kind of like the Suikoden series. They may have several issues gameplay-wise, but there's a unique flavor and tone to them that is worth going through at least the once. Okay, so I need to be careful. I don't want to go down again. So, let's go around that hole that I know is right there. I've never played 4, admittedly, Von Falkenstein. I have played 1, 2, 3, and 5. And I looked at the mobile game and I spit on it for a while and then I walked away. Okay, so where am I? I should be... Where'd I just go? Hang on. I lost myself. 23, which means I should be going... Yep. Here... No, this is not where I should be. What the hell is this? Oh, no, this is right. This is right. This is 19. This is 19. No, 4 is usually the one people praise as the best Breath of Fire. By total coincidence, I skipped right over it. So I've never played it. I'm aware of it. I can tell you lore stuff about it. But... Okay, so... I am here, and that means I need to go down, bump, bump, random encounter with garbage. No. Sorry, we're talking about Breath of Fire. Although we all know the worst Suikoden game is... Actually, I think I would say Tierkris on that one. Then 4. Then 5. I actually never finished Tierkris, I'll admit it. I started it, I own it. Because I bought it on faith, because it's a frickin' Suikoden game, and I was like, sweet! Oh. This is what I bought. And that day I lost all faith in humanity. That was the day I knew I had to destroy everything, and everyone. It was the only manner in which I could endure in the post-Tierkris world. Anyways. So, where the hell am I? Okay, so, bump, bump, bump. There's actually a lottery ticket in this dungeon. That's hysterical. That chest right there, that's a lottery ticket. Pico's just the... Let's call him the opposite to you-know-who. And I probably shouldn't even talk about that because spoilers, but... Which doesn't even get revealed until literally the last dungeon. Yeah, hey Malroth! If you don't destroy the world, I'll give you this. Hey Malroth, hey. Alright, let's go ahead and equip this on Runner. It's a good piece of armor, but most importantly of all, it's going to lower the damage on that frickin' breath. What, don't you do that, Sabacon? Okay, evac. Let's get out of here. Okay. I'm pretty sure Ray is everyone's favorite character in BoF 3. I could be wrong, but, you know. Okay. We have some items. We have, like, a couple more levels. Let's put this over here. Put this over here. And switch back. Favorite Dragon Quest character? I can't remember his name, of course, because I can never remember anybody's name, but the old man from Dragon Quest XI, or Sylvando from Dragon Quest XI. Swervy's only 36. But we're 38. Okay-ish. My third favorite character would be Oi, Governor! From Dragon Quest VIII. If I have to explain why, you haven't played Dragon Quest VIII. Oh my god, it would make perfect sense, Sovicom. Erdrick founded... What if Hargon was one of Erdrick's descendants? What if he was the fourth family tree? And something went wrong with that family, and there was a bad egg amongst them, a black sheep, and that's Hargon. I like that idea more than I probably should. And like this area here was the Fourth Kingdom, and it's just kind of went to hell. And yeah, that's why Hargon rose to power with little resistance, because he was actually in line for the throne of this kingdom, and used his access, knowledge, riches, and wealth, and innate magical power by being part of the bloodline, in order to connect with Malroth and start his whole shtick, right? Bring the monsters back. Probably did something with the Orb of Light, because he would have access to it by being a descendant. Yes, they are, S.A. Ross. Specifically, that's Volume 1 and Volume 6, the oldest and most recent one, because I figured that would be a good spread to put visible. The rest are actually down there. But you can't see those, obviously. Yeah, I've been following questionable content since it started, which I can say about a lot of webcomics, actually. Probably be this one. Nope. Yep, nope, this is it. So I bought this one in person at a convention from Jeff himself. And I got him to sketch Hannelore there on the spot for me. Just wanted to show off really quick. He was cool. No surprise. No, Juniper Owen? Oh, I see what you mean. Okay, so I get 85% of Patreon funding. I only get 50% of Twitch subbing, but I get 100% of Twitch bidding and 97% of direct donations. Does that make sense, Juniper Owen? Oh yeah, by the way, for those of you who haven't seen it, over here we've got Sam and Fuzzy, another webcomic I've been following forever. And I backed the make the physical copies thing. So I got a picture of my favorite character, Rex, saying, "For the Empire" there. Custom for me. Exactly, Juniper Roan. I rely on Patreon to pay the bills, so to speak. That most of that money goes into the bills and utilities, you know, food, kind of thing. That bucket. totally should frame that. What size is this? What is my measuring tape? There it is. Because Rex is better than Mr. Zero, obviously. I can't even explain part of why I love Rex so much as a character, because it would spoil the hell out of it. 5.5 wide by 8 tall. 8 by 5.5 by 8. I need to find a 5.5 by 8 frame. I'm actually going to look that up right now, just so I don't forget about it. Have it in my search window so I can look it up later. Who's dead? Swerby, why are you dead? Why are you wasting my time, Swerby? Yeah, funnily enough, my opinion changed on that game too, Tyruzi, as was probably obvious since you've watched it. Like, I remembered that game being okay gameplay-wise and really cool story-wise, and then I went back through it, it's like, oh. But that happens a lot, if I'm being honest. It's one of the reasons I like to review games in this system, because there's a lot of games that I remember fondly because of one or two specific factors, and not because of the game as a whole. Mega Man 7 is my other favorite example of that. That's also why, if you ever hear me say from memory, I'm specifically saying don't, grain of salt. Because from memory can mean, all sorts of things. And yes, Mr. Red, I'm going to conquer this stupid planet and fix things if it kills me! I mean, you didn't hear that. There are good thematic moments in Super Paper Mario Story. It's just overall it was a lot weaker than I remembered. I think I remembered the good moments and then just kind of didn't remember the rest. Please stop wasting my time! Thank you. God damn it. Okay. Honestly, so am I. That's it, Ross. That was a bit hurting. Not only nostalgia goggles, but it can go the other way too, Nithrius. From memory, I may remember things worse than they were. Enterprise, excuse me. I also may remember things better than they were. Enterprise. Yes, really. Not that I want to spoil anything, but let's just say that Season 3 is not as good as I remembered. I was really sad about that. Yes, S.A. Ross. Final Fantasy VI. I have actually Silver Mask, although not in an extremely long period of time. But I have, in fact, done that. So let's see if we stay at the end. I don't actually remember what happens. And I could use the heal. I'm dead serious, though. I was scared reviewing FF6 because I was worried it wasn't going to review that well, because it's FF6, That game has personal significance to me regardless of its quality. Fortunately, it is in fact still a very good game, both on the gameplay and the story axis. But I was nervous walking into that. Oops. Hello. Blah, 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 blah. This is such a dumb final dungeon song, too, while we're on the subject. Oh yeah, so... did I already give the negative to the final dungeon? I'm not going to, but I'm going to give a negative for just the outro. Sorry, just typing up the specifics there. So yes, no, we haven't given another one. I wanted to just type up the specifics of why the outro is a negative to gameplay. Suplexing a train is awesome, and deserves a plus to nothing. It's still awesome, though. I love that. Increases the defense of the liquid metal slime by 0. Because it's a liquid metal slime. I'm not gonna do it. What is it, 2 more attacks, I think, to get it? Oh, Jesus, I'm getting killed. Wait, your cat wants you, Savika? Holy crap! Okay, now we just need to live. Which is harder than it sounds. So does anyone know the full table of what Hocus Pocus can do? Because I don't. Ironically, that is the only story negative I've come up with for Chrono Trigger, I say, Ross. And I've known some people who think that's unfair, and, well, basically we're going to have to decide that when we get there. Because we have precedents for that. Bad external continuity is a thing. Interesting. Oh my god. That's an interesting point, though, isn't it, Juniper Rowan? Because even if you ignore the idea of an external game, if we consider what's happening in lore during Trigger, it substantially reduces the enjoyment of the narrative of Trigger. For me, at least. So... Oh no, Cross we're just gonna litter with negatives. I'm kidding, I'm kidding. I don't know what Cross is gonna review like. Damn it, I just want the liquid metal slime experiences. That's so much to ask. I just want to get the goddamn experience. And you're like, I'm gonna keep sitting here and living. And then I'm gonna res the other guy. And then I'm gonna heal again. Because I'm a dick. Like that, yeah, he's just they've resed each other twice now. Go away! Just give me my experience and go home. We are evil because we waste your time. The worst of all fates. We are hitting harder, I noticed. Oh god, that would be terrible, Ventures. Pretend this is an Undertale. I will murder them in their stupid faces forever. Could you stop lowering my defense to 0, please? Is that a thing you can do? Jackasses. Now, do I get the liquid metal slime experience? That's a no. It looks like I actually didn't get it, because 1900 experience is way too low for a liquid metal slime. Even 1. So that was all for nothing. And a waste of a huge amount of mana. One thing I've heard a few people say is they think it's unfair that I review certain types of games as worse than other types. Either because they're older, or because, you know, they were hallmarks at the time, or whatever. I don't really have that opinion. I think it's totally cool to say this game sucks, because it does. Regardless of mitigating circumstances. But that is just my take on things. Oh god, I'm gonna have to fight frickin' Haragon again, aren't I? Thoughts on Albion? Well, I reviewed it just a few days ago. And I did a video on it. So you can go watch the video if you don't want to see the whole video, the whole stream. If you want my super, super, super brief thoughts, you can tell that there was some definite heart put involved, but god, I hated that game with every fiber of my being. Any questions? The gameplay, specifically. The gameplay was just terrible in that game. Alright, hi, Hargon. Yes, hi, what's up? Let's try this again. Hi! So, how are things? Alright, let's do... I actually didn't either, Teruzzi. I thought about it right at the last second. I was like, oh, shoot. Yeah, we're farming Hargon for X. It's Savicom's dead. 2 kabooms in a row. That's actually really impressive. 3 kabooms in a row. Wow. Damn. That's some luck. Yeah, the RNG is like, you want to not waste your time? Screw you! It is my job in life to waste your time. Let's do that. Could grind and get 2 new pieces of gear. Not that it seems to be doing much good. Good lord. Spleesh! Kaboom! Thank you very much, Gigapudding. Very, very much appreciate, as always. Thank you. Hey, Savicom's dead. Sweet. You know, I don't feel like it's really... I can't end my day unless Savicom is dead, you know? That's just... Or Swervy, you know, one of the 2 of them. Just need to be dead. Oh my god. Hang on a second. I will put that towards... What was that? Hyrule Warriors, I think? Hyrule Warriors 2, you got it. Okay. Okay, that's good. That means he's probably low on health, because that's what happened last time. We're hitting harder than we did last time, so we might get through this. Oh, excuse me. Swerby's dead. Albion actually got much worse at the end and the beginning. It was the middle that was pretty good of Albion, weirdly enough. But the intro and the outro both sucked, gameplay-wise. Story was good pretty much throughout. There was only one point at which the narrative kind of fell apart. So I don't have the ability to recover mana. My prayer rings are both destroyed. And I mentioned that because Swerby has 11 mana and Savacom has 71. Let's see how much damage we take, shall we? There already has been a rumination on Albion. In fact, we are 2 ruminations past that now, Gigapudding. Which proves that you don't watch my show, which that's okay. I don't blame you. I wouldn't watch me either, really. And I keep dying to this dude. Come off. This app. Jesus, that's with the new armor. Should do it. Or you could kill the main character. That's awesome. I'm really happy that you did that. I can't even res him. I can't even defend on him. Jesus Christ. So he's fully Kasapped right now. Swerby's dead. Just wasting his time, so that's okay. I should have been keeping track of his health. What you got left? You got enough for 1 mid-heal. Use it well, Swerby. Swerby's dead. With Swerby's mana solo, I might not res him. I haven't decided. He might not be worth 15 mana. Like, he's just gonna keep getting wrecked by that flame and everything else. And I think, yeah, I think in terms of hard math, I don't think he's worth the mana. Sorry, Swerby, you get to stay dead. Now, I need to get rezzed because I'm the only damage dealer. This is the last res we have. I mean, at a certain point, it's just math, Savacom. Okay. Get runner back up. Thank you. That's, you know what? Of all the things you could do, that's one of the least terrible. She's almost tapped. She can snooze, dazzle, or Kasap. Or defend, which is what she's gonna do. Yeah, she can no longer heal. I am out of heals. I am tapped. This is painful. He can kill me in one shot right now. Oh, but he didn't. That was pure RNG. I want to be clear about that. There were 7 separate turns where he did nothing when he could have killed me. 7. I was counting. 7 turns where he could have been like, wham! And that would have been the game. And I would have died. And that would have been it. And he was like, Kasap. And I'm like, you've already... My armor's already at 0. Kasap. So I just want to be clear, to reiterate what I said earlier, I don't feel satisfied by that, because I didn't earn that. That was pure luck, just like it was last time. It's just this time the luck was in my favor. In my defense, I should probably, or in the game's defense, I should probably mention that the armor probably did help by reducing the amount of damage I took from the 1 flame breath he did, but he only did the 1 flame breath instead of 3 in a row. Malroth finally remembered what we meant to him, and threw the match. An ethereal voice floats softly through the air. Malroth, Lord of Destruction, is defeated. Bale is here? Peace shall reign over the land once more. Ever have I watched over you, and ever shall I continue to do so. O great goddess, thou who didst give the life to all, may thy light shine down upon these, my descendants. Now, my children, go forth. Okay. Well, there goes the 4th kingdom. Save. So I never have to do that again. I guess I could just warp. Because our mana just got restored. So, okay. There's a few places you could reach. We're gonna do only 2, or 3, excuse me. I think it's there. I have a headache, Suffocum. Hey, the poison's still here. Oh, it doesn't hurt us, though. I see a great light, the gates of heaven. They do open wide to welcome me at last. Praise be to thee, friend. Yeah, most of the places have something different, they say. I'm only going to visit the 3. I see her. Same exact dialogue. I am he who was once lord and master of fair Moonbrook. Who dares address me? Father, father, it is I, Suffocum. Mine ears do surely deceive me. I hear a voice I had thought never to hear again. Nay, 'twas but my imagination. Mine eyes, they do see one more, and whom do they behold but mine own beloved daughter, Suffocum, my dear? Father, thou art grown powerful indeed, daughter. It is thanks to thine efforts that I, who was cursed to the great numbness, feel warmth within me once more. Now may I leave this world in peace, content in the knowledge that thou hast the strength and wisdom to prevail. But, Father, I do not grieve, Suffocum. Thou hast shown that thou art capable of great deeds. And besides, the strength standeth mighty companions, pillars of great strength. Runner, I pray that thou wilt watch over my beloved daughter for all her days henceforth. And now I must needs take my leave, lest the door of heaven, glimpsed at long last, slam shut before me. Father, the castle of Moonbrook shall be rebuilt. And, canonically, it does get rebuilt. No doubt have I, but it shall be so. Thou art thy father's daughter. I shall watch over thine efforts from above. And now the time is at hand, the gates of heaven do beckon. Behold the realm of peace at long last. I thank thee from the very bottom of mine humble heart. Live well, daughter. Welcome back to the bosom of your beloved kingdom. His Royal Majesty the King awaits you. Hasten to his side. All around I hear men cry, Hargon is dead, and all is well. Yet this gentle breeze and this abiding warmth do tell me more clearly than ever words could that peace is truly upon us. And then the trees attacked them. Verily, to have vanquished foul Hargon is proof, as if were needed, of a power beyond that of mere mortals. Praise be to the goddess for bestowing such a gift as thee. I'm actually feeling quite better. Hey dude, you can't steal anymore. Our world is saved. Curses! Had I set my heart upon a spree of blissful and unchecked thievery. But now there is not for it. I must drown my sorrows. Glug, 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 vomit. Ah, there's not like a draught of fine mead, and this is the finest draught there ever was. Today's a day of joy. All must drink and make merry, even the rogues and rascals who languish within these walls. Pray make haste into the throne room, Prince Runner. His Majesty the King doth await thy coming most expectantly. A faith 'twas plain from me from the very first that thou wouldst succeed in your quest, and so it has been proved. May your threefold power continue to keep this realm safe for many years to come. Verily, you are heroes indeed. May you continue to strive on behalf of we the people, and may the sun shine e'er more on your endeavors. Ah, Prince Swerby, your beloved sister awaiteth your return with great anticipation. Oh, brother, dear brother, thou didst succeed in thy quest, didst thou not? Thou art grown great indeed. Prince Runner, Princess Savacom, never can I thank thee enough. Ere did I fret for my addle-pated dawdler of a brother's safety, and yet here he is, returned to us unscathed. Hold thy tongue, sister. Addle-pated, how dare thee? Yeah, but they're royalty, Savacom. Welcome back into the... He already said that. Okay.
Well met, Prince Runner. Thy return is welcome indeed. Thine efforts in service of this world have exceeded all expectation. The several strands of the bloodline of Erdrick are reunited, and their strength bringeth peace upon the land. Swerby, my son, thou too hast played thy part, and no small one at that. Thou stayeth upon the ground as a corpse during the final boss fight, and lo, it did secure thy victory. Now go forth. Make haste to Middenhall, where the king, thy companion's father, awaiteth his beloved son's return.
Yensid from Kingdom Hearts, Mr. Red. There's no one here. Wait, puppy. 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 Okay, puppy. Behold, the prince has returned. I too have roamed far and wide these past months. But now at last I must return to my dear wife.
Do not worry, we only killed your son temporarily.
Woo, a lot of people. Okay. No talking. Got it. My son, thou hast done myself and thine ancestor Erdrick proud indeed. To have fathered such a man as thee doth fill my heart with pride. A new dawn greeteth this our realm. And I hear there was this builder who was born. I don't know, I just wanted to comment on that for some reason. And a new monarch shall rise with that dawn. Come, runner, cast off thy princely mantle. Thou shalt be king in my place. Wilt thou accept this, my gift to thee? But thou must. The die is cast. That's not how you use that sentence. All present have borne witness. A new king of Middenhall is born here this day. Prince Swerby. I like the idea. This could be so horrifying in a totally different light. You come back. We just killed Hargon by ourselves. My son. What are you doing, my son? Succeeding you, father. Anyways. May the bonds of companionship forward on your shared quest serve henceforth to keep the peace of our world. Long live the king. I mean, it's already got the linguistic style down for Dragon Quest Hamlet, so I'd watch it or play it. This isn't fireworks, this is Malroth destroying the world. We actually didn't beat him. That's why he let us think we did, you know, so he could just kind of... Dick move, Malroth. So the scions of Erdrick drove evil from the land, and peace reigned once more, and, canonically, it reigned forever. At least as far as we're aware. Prince Swerby, Princess Savicom, and King Runner. Their names would live forever, and their tale would be told for generations to come. Even the Dragon Quest Builders 2 connection is still, you know, peace reigning forever after this, if you think about it. There's a bit of an asterisk there, but I don't want to spoil that for obvious reasons. Yeah, I'm going to talk about it in the room. Crazy Norse. It's a better place for it anyways. Summary. So this has been Dragon Quest II. This game sucked. I'm sorry. Please don't hate me for my opinion. But I did just beat this game. This was not satisfying. This was not fun, and this was not enjoyable. Pretty much the moment I got the princess onwards, the gameplay just nosedived in quality. And the bad part is it never stopped nosediving. It was just, and then it kind of evened out a little bit, and then it went down even more. The entirety of the outro, this is actually, unjokingly and unironically, one of the worst designed outros to a video game I've ever seen, from a gameplay axis. From a purely gameplay axis. There's some cool stuff there. I still stand by the positive I gave for the final dungeon to story, and for the ending, which I also gave there. In fact, we're at +3 to story, and I stand by that too. But gameplay-wise, they have good fast travel and a good intro, and that's it. There's the encounter rate, the leveling problem, the problem, the where you lose the party member section, the overworld design, the walkthrough-itis, the road to Renderak, the grind wall, the final boss gauntlet, and the entirety of the outro. The only thing that prevents those things from being more negatives is the fact that the game is relatively short. So that does salvage it a little bit. But that still leaves us at a +3 to story and a -8 to gameplay. Now, Team Attack keeps asking if this is worse than FF2. There's only one way to tell that. Let's go to this mythical thing known as the website. Let's see if we can find that website. I mean, I already gave 2 positives to the outro for story, Savicom. I think that's as good as that's getting. Or more accurately, 1 plus an aggregate. So let's find Final Fantasy II. Let's see, there it is. Final Fantasy II. Final Fantasy II's final score was +3, -13. Yeah. Because as much as this game sucks, it's still not as bad as FF2. FF2 has so many problems with it. I mean, picture this, and then add terrible dungeon design on top of it. Yeah, troll rooms. Dear God. Troll rooms. Anyways. I'm assuming there's nothing here at the end. I'm going to stick around just in case, but I believe that is it for Dragon Quest II. Since normally I would cut off stream at about 40 minutes, there's no real reason to start the third game, and far more importantly, I have a video to record and edit and render and all that. But honestly, my final thoughts on this game, and this is legitimate, is this is actually worse than I was expecting. And to explain that a little bit, I was sort of assuming that the remake was actually... Because this is a remake, it's not a port. Well, I guess you could argue that this is more of a remaster. So let's rewind that. The remaster that we were playing fixed many issues of the endgame. I want you to think about that for a moment. I want you to think about the fact that the NES's outro, the NES's endgame, is worse than this one in every way. As I was reading up on that last dungeon, I noticed there was another change that was added for this version. Did you know that in the NES version, you can go into the final dungeon and roam around and everything's terrible and have no idea what's going on? But in this version, there's an NPC at the beginning that says, hey, hold up. You don't have the quest items you need to go through here, so you shouldn't go through here. And they'll give you some guidance on going and getting the quest items. Just to name a specific example of one of the many changes, because there's actually close to like 40 or so changes, no joke. They're all very little changes that were done to improve the outro of this specific version of this specific game. So I want you to picture the NES version. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been Dragon Quest II. I'm never playing this game again. I will see, hopefully I will see some of you tomorrow, where we will be starting Dragon Quest III, and we will see exactly how Dragon Quest III holds up. It is supposedly the best of the trilogy, and it is the one that really got Dragon Quest going as a franchise and really exploded JRPGs in popularity, and is basically the seminal Dragon Quest game. So I am actually legitimately quite curious to see how it is going to measure up in comparison to the first two. I'll see you around.